Nomination is the confirmation of the quorum. And with the permission of His Excellency the President, the head count of the members present in the chamber will be determined. Thank you. Honorable President, a head count has been conducted of the members present. There are 93 honorable members present. The required number is 108.
شكرا سيد.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Although the quorum is linked to the decisions of the Pan-African Parliament, but today we have discussions and not resolutions, so the procedures related to the functions of the Parliament must be respected. Let us proceed, Madam Clerk, to the second item.
Honorable President, the first order of business comprises of two reports. The first, a presentation and debate on the state of peace and security in Africa, a report on the security crisis in Sudan and its humanitarian consequences. The second, the report of the joint high-level training on the African Union operational guidance notes on oversight and accountability in the security sector reform.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Président, Monsieur le Président, je suis porteur d'une motion.
Mr. President, I actually have a motion, so I would like to know if I can table my motion to you. Mr. President, we, the members of the West African region, are taking the floor with a sentiment of urgency and a strong engagement vis-à-vis the ideals on which our continental unity rests. We want to table this motion on the rising of attacks against our African compatriots in the South African Republic. Guided by the aspirations of Agenda 2063 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the African Charter for Human Rights and People, the Pan-African Parliament was created to be the voice, the parliamentary voice of African people. These instruments affirm the dignity, equality, solidarity, and the freedom of each African citizen, independently of their nationality, their ethnicity, their language, or origin. So, it's therefore very worrisome that the events that held recently in South Africa were characterized by a rising of violence vis-à-vis our African brothers. These events have shown that African nationals or Africans were victims of physical aggressions or assaults, murder, looting, unforced expulsion, and generalized intimidation, thereby compelling thousands of people to flee a country where many Africans used to live and work peacefully for many years. These events are not only considered as attacks against individuals, but equally a non-respect to the foundation of Pan-Africanism and African solidarity. The recent events have shown that anti-migration mobilization has led to so many displacements and unprecedented insecurity against our African compatriots. Mr. President, history reminds us of the fact that all people and African nations, as well as the government, via collective solidarity, have significantly contributed to freeing South Africans. African countries have provided diplomatic support, military training, financial support, and many advocacies have been carried out against during the fight against apartheid. Many African countries supported South Africans in this fight, such as to the extent that they were able to secure their freedom. Today, African participation in South Africa, rather, the situation that our people are witnessing is actually contradictory to our common vision. This African philosophy, which runs over time, which is that I am because all of us do exist. The reason for this xenophobia or xenophobic actions are complex. South Africa is witnessing unemployment, inequality, poverty, and housing paucity, and high rates of criminal activities. However, no socioeconomic challenge can justify these assaults against innocent people who committed no crime but to search for a decent job, quality education, security, and economic opportunity. This situation has shown that African brothers are usually considered as scapegoats in the face of governance and economic challenges. Even if there exists no many evidence which can help to buttress the reason which will help to buttress the reason for the existence of unemployment where they are being hosted. Mr. President, this parliament cannot keep quiet when African countries are witnessing such assaults. Silence in the face of injustice means being okay for these criminal actions. So we must come up with a collective action. So the West African Regional Group invites this August Parliament to adopt the following resolution. Condemn all forms of violence, hate speech, intimidation, and discrimination against our African compatriots living in South Africa. Second, inviting and urging the South African government to increase measures aiming at protecting all those living on its territory, whatever their nationality, and ensuring that the people behind this violence are being taken to the courts. 3, calling on the African Union via the African Coalition for Human Rights, as well as competent bodies, to set up a kind of investigation in order to check the causes and humanitarian consequences of these recent attacks. 4, recommend that continental cooperation be strengthened, especially in terms of governance, immigration, and hand labor mobilization and information sharing, respecting human rights and the dignity of migrants. 5, encourage member states to strengthen education campaigns in order to promote Pan-African solidarity, peaceful coexistence, respect of diversity, while actively combating fake news, hate speech, just to name a few, calling on the civil society organizations as well as religious institutions and the media to promote a peaceful dialogue, reject all declarations, any bad declaration that can bring about hatred actions against foreigners. 7, request that the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee of the Pan-African Parliament proceed to periodic evaluation of the situation and present recommendations on the measures aiming at avoiding future actions and spiraling out of such violence on the continent. 8, calling on the Pan-African Parliament to carry out an information mission in South Africa in order to collect information on the Afropop attacks which are ongoing and come up with pertinent recommendations which are going to be assessed by the Assembly of the Pan-African Parliament during the chamber sitting. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to table this motion to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Western Caucasus. Although this motion that you have submitted verbally, although we are in the Parliament, we work in the framework of the rules of procedure that regulates the functions of the Pan-African Parliament, especially the Article 61 of the rules of procedure. So please, if you can submit the motion to the Secretariat of the Pan-African Parliament to inform all honorable members, then the Bureau will consider the motion to decide in accordance with the rules of procedure. And by the way, I would like to inform my colleagues, this Parliament is a platform for a responsible discussion, free discussion. Free discussions, but it should be responsible. And for the discussions and the debate to be responsible, it must be framed according to the rules of procedure to the Pan-African Parliament. And of course, we are talking about Africa and the humanity and progress, and we are talking about Africa that is characterized by law, by the rule of law. So the voice of the Pan-African Parliament could be heard, and we can be a bridge between the aspirations and the concerns and the status of the human beings in Africa, and with organs and leadership or relevant leadership. So we must utilize this those opportunities and conduct our businesses according to the rules of procedures, and rest assured or be confident that the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament that represents all the regions of Africa and the new leadership that have the new vision, and we are eager to have a strong, just Africa that is sensitive to the human rights. And once again, I would like to thank you, and your motion could be sent duly to the Secretariat, and we will take all the procedures regarding your motion according to the rules of procedures. Honorable members, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my name is Dr. Danson Mungatana, Senator from Kenya. Mr. President, I rise to support the motion by the Honorable Lazar, Chairman of the Western Caucasus. I really want to bring to the attention of the President, though, that I have filed a similar motion on xenophobia in accordance with rule number 60, and it is currently being processed through the Secretariat. So we have not spoken with Honorable Lazar, the chairman of the Western Caucus. I am from the Eastern Caucus. And Mr. Speaker, you can see that the feeling of the parliamentarians is that this motion must be debated in this House before we leave this parliament. So, Mr. President, my proposal, humble proposal, is that the motion from the Honorable Chair of Western Caucus and my motion, which is similar, should be balloted, given time, so that we debate them together, so that the feelings of the people of Africa can be made to be known to everybody in the continent of Africa and the world. I thank you, Mr. President. Shukran.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable from the Eastern Caucus. And this is the African solidarity. I handled the motion with responsibility, and I said that we will consider it according to the rules of procedure, in accordance with the Article 61. And this is a duty in the work of Parliament. We have listened verbally, and we will commit procedurally. We go back now to the program of the session. And we start with the first item regarding the report on the security crisis, or presentation and debates on the state of peace and security in Africa. And we talk here about the security crisis in Sudan and its humanitarian consequences. And I believe the presenters are Honorable Philippos Wido Catamilo, the chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolutions. So Honorable Philippos might proceed. So we go forward with this program. Honorable member, you can come to the podium.
Your Excellency, the President of Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Fattah Boutbik, the Vice Presidents who are present, and the only two women who are Vice Presidents of our PAP, and the only, and coincidentally also, two PhD graduates, Dr. Rawlings and Dr. Aled Borges. There's no man who will never love a woman, because all men are born by a woman. The former president of our PAP, the champion of rotation to which we are benefit of today, Chief Charumbira. We must praise people while they are alive, so that once they go to the other side of point of no return, we have got no words to tell them. Let's appreciate while they are alive, and so that they can know what they have done and what we feel about them. The distinguished members of Parliament, on whose shoulders the transgression of this continent lies more than to any other person, the members of Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament. The clerk of our Parliament and the staff, the guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Africans, good morning. Bonjour, salam alaikum, dumelang. Okay. As a footnote, I will say, although the world is full of suffering, it is also full of overcoming of it. And it's with delightment that I present to you the distinct honor and the very first report of the 7th legislature on the security crisis in Sudan and its humanitarian crisis. It is on that score that on the 21st of this year, on the 21st of July, and I move this report on behalf of the chairperson of Justice and Human Rights Committee, the barrister Honorable Kevin, because we had joint engagement, both as the Committee of Cooperation in International Relations and Conflict Resolutions and the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. On the 21st of July, we have engaged the African Commission on People's Rights and the Open Society and the Ambassador of the Republic of Sudan, who is accredited to the Republic of South Africa. During the hearing, His Excellency, the Ambassador Usman Abu Fatima, had the honor of briefing the members of Parliament, and in his introductory remarks, the Ambassador expressed his profound gratitude to the Pan-African Parliament for convening the high-level meeting of the Sudanese crisis and its consequences. He also thanked the PAP for placing the situation of the affiliated country on its agenda, noting that Sudan has always upheld the principles of the African Union. The ambassador recalled that the Sudanese crisis resulted from the struggle of power between the regular armed forces and the paramilitary group known as Rapid Support Forces, RSF, which led the outbreak of the war on the 23rd of April in the year 2023. At the onset of the conflict, military operations targeted the presidential palace. However, the fighting gradually spread throughout the country, resulting in thousands of internal displaced persons and refugees fleeing to neighboring countries. The ambassador pointed out to foreign interference as one of the major factors complicating peace initiative in Sudan, accusing certain foreign states of providing various forms of support to the paramilitary forces. Another distinctive feature of the crisis, he noted, is the escalation of violence against civilian populations, and as tribal militants sometimes act without instructions from the command structures. The humanitarian consequences of the conflict are unprecedented. According to the ambassador, it constitutes the largest humanitarian crisis in the world, with more than 2.5 million refugees displaced across neighboring countries such as Chad, Egypt, and South Sudan, but not limited only to those. He further stated the widespread human rights violation and war crimes has been committed by the Rapid Support Forces, including targeted massacres and ethnic cleansing, particularly in Darfur. Summary execution and widespread sexual violence, he noted, has been used as weapons of war during the conflict. The involvement of the external factors has further prolonged the conflict. The ambassador alleged that the United Arab Emirates has recruited Colombian missionaries to fight alongside the RSF. Accordingly, these allegations has been corroborated by the United Nations. He further stated that the countries supporting the conflict are motivated by their own interest in exploiting Sudan's natural resources, particularly gold and agriculture. As a sign of hope, the ambassador noted a number of initiatives demonstrating solidarity with the Sudanese people. This includes investigations by the International Criminal Court into war crimes and genocide in Sudan, with the aim of bringing the alleged perpetrators and their accomplices before the international justice. He also referred to the resolution adopted by the European Union accusing the United Arab Emirates of involvement in the conflict. describing it as an expression of support by the members of the EU Parliament for the Sudanese people. With regard to the African Union, the ambassador acknowledged that beyond condemning the escalation of the violence, the Union has developed a roadmap for resolving the crisis. However, he regretted that these efforts continue to face significant challenges. Looking to the future of Sudan, the ambassador highlighted a number of key challenges, including the reunification of the Sudanese National Army, the preservation of the national unity and the sovereignty through the rejection of foreign interests in the country's internal affairs, the voluntary return of internally displaced persons and refugees, and the promotion of inclusive national dialogue independent of external influence, and the pursuit of political solution by the Sudanese themselves. The ambassador's presentation sought to provide members of parliament with a comprehensive understanding of the gravity of the Sudanese crisis, while at the same time appealing for support to restore peace in Sudan. Continuing with the faithful translation using the PAP terminology while preserving original structure and formality. The second presenter was Dr. Andrew Alta Asma, who is the peace and security expert at the International IEDA, and joined the meeting or delivered his presentation virtually. He began by providing an overview of the situation, recalling that Sudan has experienced several episodes of civil war since gaining independence. The first civil war occurred during the period of 1955 to 1972, but he noted that the current crisis is unprecedented in the view of the severity, particularly the displacement of more than 2.5 million refugees. He highlighted the role played by RSF and the Sudanese armed forces in the escalation of violence, particularly against civilian population. According to him, the two rival factions have adopted a strategy aimed at achieving total military victory. Such an approach leaves little room for credible and sustainable peace negotiations, instead contributes to prolonging of the conflict. In this regard, the expert call upon the international and regional actors involved in peace process in Sudan to coordinate their efforts towards achieving a genuine, lasting resolution to the crisis. He stressed that the immediate priority should be the protection of civilians and the cessation of hostilities, which can only be achieved through signing of a ceasefire agreement accompanied by unhindered humanitarian access. The presentation and the report of fact-finding mission of the African Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights and the Open Society Foundation Crisis on Sudan. This report of the fact-finding mission was presented virtually by Ambassador Selma Sassi, Commissioner of Peace, Security, and the Commissioner of African Union on Human and People's Rights of the African Union. The expert from the Open Society presented key findings to the report in person. One, Ambassador Selma, who is the Commissioner on Human Rights and People's Rights, stated that the conflict in Sudan represents a major challenge for the African continent because the African Union has thus far been unable to restore peace in the country. She noted that the conflict over political succession has also involved the struggle for control of the country's resources, adding that RSF have succeeded in establishing a parallel government. She further explained that although the crisis originated as a national conflict, the ideological interests pursued by external actors have caused it to spread over to Sudan borders and threatening the stability of the entire sub-region. Consequently, she stressed that it is the responsibility of the African Union to rethink in frank dialogue with all armed groups in order to identify common ground while giving priority to international conflict resolutions mechanisms aimed at protecting civilian lives. Without a durable peace agreement, she warned, Sudan will continue to descend into violence. Jürgen Skor, international lawyer at the African Court on Human Rights and People's Rights, observed that the Sudanese crisis is characterized by two key elements. Firstly, the belligerent parties are no longer fighting each other directly, but instead targeting civilian population. Secondly, the conflict is being fueled and sustained by international networks, and he referred to involvement of at least 14 African countries, together with the participation of the Colombian mercenaries. According to him, these mercenaries make use of drones, which frequently result in civilian casualties extending beyond Sudan borders. In conclusion, the expert called for the immediate cessation of external funding in order to create favorable conditions for meaningful peace negotiation. Open Society Foundation, the representative of the foundation recalled that the objective of the meeting was to promote a better understanding of Sudanese crisis and to encourage the active involvement of the Pan-African Parliament in efforts aimed at resolving the conflict. In view of the complexity of the crisis, particularly the involvement of external actors, the Foundation recommends to establishment of a think tank to examine the appropriate mechanisms for achieving a sustainable return to peace. Continuing with the final part of the report, preserving the original structure and using the Pan-African terminology. Therefore, during the general debate of the members, the participants unanimously acknowledged the gravity of the Sudanese crisis and its implication for the sub-region, particularly the neighboring countries. They pointed to the responsibility of the Sudanese political elite for their inability to reach consensus on a power-sharing mechanism. In this regard, they expressed the wish of the countries financing the war in Sudan should be clearly identified. They also recognize that national reconciliation remains essential to enable the country to break the vicious cycle of violence. And therefore, with that, brings me to the part two, which is the submission of the resolutions to the House from both committees. Therefore, we propose or lay upon the table for the Pan-African Parliament to debate and direct as follows. Considering Article 17 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union establishing the African Parliament to ensure full participation of the African people in the development and economic integration of the continent, also considering Article 3 and 11 of the Protocol to the Treaty establishing African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament, which mandates Parliament to promote peace, security, human rights, good governance across the continent. Considering also the relevant provision of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, namely Article 4 on the right to life, and Article 5 on the prohibition of torture and cruel, inhuman and degrading punishment and treatment, Article 6 on the right and the personal liberty and protection of arbitrary arrest, Article 9 on the right of freedom of expression, Article 11 of the right of freedom of assembly, and Article 18 subclause 3 on the non-discrimination and protection of the rights of women and children. Maybe I must just go now to the recommendation having cited those, and therefore in accordance with Rule 5B, C, and D, the rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, which empowers PAP as the Pan-African Parliament to enter earlier organized debate, discuss, express opinion, make recommendations, and take resolutions on the objective and many matters relating to the African Union and its organs, the regional economic communities, member states and their organs and institutions. We now therefore propose on the illicit smuggling and trade of Sudanese gold, express grave concern that credible reports documenting the large scale of illicit extraction, smuggling and export of Sudanese gold through informal and cross-border channels, and the use of proceeds for this trade to finance and prolong the conflict. Call upon all member states, in particular the neighboring and regional states, to take immediate measures to prevent the smuggling of gold originating from Sudan across their territory, including through enhanced custom controls, mandatory certificate of origin requirements, and cooperation with regional gold tracing and traceability mechanisms. Urge that the member states, urge that the government of Sudan, the rapid support forces and all parties to the conflict to cease the exploitation of gold and other natural resources as a means of financing the military operation. Request the panel of experts in coordination with the African Union and the relevant regional bodies to map the routes, intermediaries and destination markets involved in illicit Sudanese gold trade and to report periodically on entities and individuals implicated. Call upon regional refining and trading financial hubs to conduct enhanced due diligence on gold of Sudan origin consistent with the international responsible sourcing standard and to decline transaction where provenance cannot be verified. On the role of neighboring and regional African states, reaffirm the sovereignty, unity and territorial integrity of the Sudanese people and the principle of non-interference in its internal affairs by the state or non-state actor, calls upon the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Uganda, the Republic of South Sudan, the state of Eritrea, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Republic of Chad, and the state of Libya, and all other African states as neighboring and regional states to assist Sudan in taking any action that undermines Sudan's territorial integrity. Urge that the above-named states to prevent their territory, airspace, ports, and border crossing from being used for the transmit or entry of foreign fighters, mercenaries, or private military personnel into Sudan. Further urge these states to prevent the use of their territory as a conduit for the transfer of arms, ammunition, military material, and any other party to the conflict in violation of the arms embargo, and to prevent the transit of smuggled Sudanese gold and other illicitly exploited natural resources across their borders. Call upon the neighboring and regional states to strengthen bilateral and multilateral border security, cooperation, intelligence sharing, and joint border monitoring mechanisms to detect and interdict cross-border flows of missionaries and illicit resources. Encourage enhanced collaboration among neighboring countries and regional states under the auspices of the African Union, IGAD, and relevant regional economic communities towards a unified regional approach to end the war, including coordinated diplomatic pressure on all parties to the conflict and support for an inclusive Sudanese-led political process. On hosting and protecting of Sudanese refugees, commends neighboring states that continue to host large number of Sudanese refugees and asylum seekers, and calls upon the international community to provide substantially increased and predictable financial, material, and technical support to host states and host communities. Call upon all host states to uphold the principle of non-refoulement and ensure unimpeded, safe, and dignified access to asylum procedures, registration, and basic services for Sudanese refugees in accordance with 1951 Refugee Convention and the 1969 OAU Convention and the applicable domestic law. Urge the states and the international community to ensure the civilian and humanitarian character of refugee hosting nations, including throughout measures to prevent, ensure the armed elements, recruitment and use of refugee settlements for military purposes. Calls for the particular attention for the protection needs of unaccompanied minors, women, and the elderly, and PVD and other vulnerable groups among the refugee and intentionally displaced population, and the prevention of trafficking and exploitation in around the displacement settings. Request the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, the IOM, and the relevant AU organs to coordinate closely with the host governments on the burden and responsibility sharing agreements consistent with the global impact on refugees. On accountability of public and private entities engaged in gold smuggling and illicit trade financing of the war, condemns the involvement of public institutions linked with entities, private companies, trading networks, and individuals in the illicit extraction, transport, refining, and marketing of Sudanese gold used to finance the war. Call upon member states to take appropriate measures under their domestic laws to identify, investigate, and where warranted, impose targeted sanctions, including asset freeze and travel bans on public and private entities and individuals found to be knowingly engaged in the facilitation or facilitating the illicit gold trade benefiting parties to the conflict. Calls upon member states to require financial institutions, commodity traders within their jurisdiction to conduct enhanced due diligence and suspicion transaction reporting in related to gold and other commodities of Sudanese origin. Request a panel of experts and the relevant AAU and regional mechanisms to compile and periodically update a list of public-private entities credibly implicated in resource financing of the conflict and the consideration of measures. Calls for the cooperation between the member states' financial intelligence units to trace and disrupt illicit financial flow linked to the Sudanese gold and other gold conflict financing. On accountability and justice for the perpetrators, condemn in the strongest terms all violations and abuses of international humanitarian law and human rights law committed by the party to the conflict, including attacks on civilians, unlawful killings, ethnically motivated violence, and attacks on humanitarian and medical staff. Reaffirm that there must be no impunity for perpetrators of such violations, and underscores the obligation of all states to cooperate fully with ongoing and future investigations, including those of the International Criminal Court, pursuant to Resolution 1593 of the year 2025. Urge the United Nations Security Council to extend the jurisdiction of referral made in pursuant of Resolution 1593 of the year 2025, so that the ICC jurisdiction extend to serious crime under the international law committed anywhere in the territory of Sudan and not surely in Darfur, and to ensure comprehensive accountability for crimes committed in the course of the current conflict. Call upon the government of Sudan and all parties to the conflict to grant full, safe, and unhindered access to independent investigative bodies, including the UN fact-finding mission on Sudan and the AU Commission of Inquiry. Urge member states to exercise domestic jurisdiction where applicable over the individuals responsible for serious international crimes committed in Sudan, and to support victim-centered documentation and evidence preservation efforts. Calls for the establishment or strengthening of traditional justice mechanism in consultation with the Sudanese civil society and victims groups to ensure truth, accountability, reparation, and non-recurrence. Protection of women and girls against conflict-related sexual gender-based violence. Express grave alarm at the widespread systematic reports of conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence, including rape, sexual slavery, forced marriages perpetrated against women and girls in the course of the conflict in Sudan, condemns all such acts and demands that all parties to the conflict immediately cease all forms of the sexual and gender-based violence and comply with all obligations under international humanitarian law and the international human rights. Calls on the government of Sudan and all parties to take specific measures to protect human rights, including through the deployment of appropriately trained protection personnel, and to ensure survivors safe, confidential, and non-discriminatory access to the medical care, psychological support, and legal redress. Urge member states and the international community to significantly scale up funding for sexually and gender-based violence prevention response services, including in refugee and displacement settings, in line with Resolution 135 of the year 2000 and successor resolution. Request that the accountability, ceasefire monitoring, and transitional justice mechanism established in the Sudan integrate a survivor-related gender-responsive approach and ensure a meaningful participation of Sudanese women in all peace, mediation, and reconstruction process. There was also a request that we convene a extraordinary session on the Sudanese crisis with the view of proposing a roadmap for resolving the conflict to the parties concerned. With that, I so submit the report on behalf of the Committee of Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution with regard to the humanitarian crisis of Sudan. I thank you, fellow Africans.
شكرا معالي السيد رئيس لجنة التعاون والعلاقات الدولية وتسوية النزاعات. وأذكر معالي زميلاتي وزملائي أعضاء البرلمان أن النصاب القانوني متوفر بوجود 119 عضو.
No translation.
ترجمة.
Let's go. Yes, we are ready. Please proceed. Please proceed. Yes.
نعم.
So I just want to thank. I want to thank Mr. Philippos Wido Katamilo, Chair of the Committee of Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution, on this presentation. And here I would like to remind that by having 119 members here present in this session, we have attained the quorum of 108. This is in order to proceed to adopt the recommendations of this day. Let me call upon Mr. Philippos Wido Katamilo, Chair of the Committee of Cooperation, International Relations, and the Conflict Resolution, to present the second report. On the parliamentary high-level sensitization of the Pan-African Parliament on. And then to open the discussion, the floor for discussion. We want to complete the agenda of today, and therefore I call upon all of you to abide by the time allocated for all the interventions. Chair of the Committee of International Relations and Cooperation, please give us the presentation on the guidelines on the oversight and accountability of the security sector. Then we will discuss the two reports and adopt the resolutions thereby. You have the floor, Chair of the Committee of International Relations Cooperation.
seek your indulgence to get my papers for the next presentation. It's just at my table. I'll just get the papers.
S'il vous plaît, monsieur.
Point of order. Point of order. Honorable President, I have a point of order. Thank you very much, Honorable President. I'm Abdurrahman Brehme. I'm a senator from the Republic of Chad. Honorable President, the chairperson of the committee has just presented a report. Unfortunately, we have not received this report. This is a very well-written report. The crisis on the Sudan, we read it through what was distributed, but what has just been presented to us is completely different. We would like to know what is the place of what we hold as what was distributed, which was very different from what was read. We would need to consider it for examine together. What the chair has read to us, we did not receive. So we need to be very clear before we continue. What is the procedure? Thank you.
شكرا معاليكم فقط.
Thank you. Thank you. Please record this observation when we come to the discussion and interventions later. We have 43 intervenants in the list. Let us take that one after we finish the presentation of the second report. Chair of the committee, please proceed.
Again, with the greatest humility, I present to you on the outcome of the workshop. I'm mindful of the first one was very long and elaborative, but I did it because it's a humanitarian crisis of the lives of others. On this one, the introduction is simply just, again, the workshop, the objectives of the workshop was a high-level centralization to create awareness of the recently developed operational guiding manual on the oversight and accountability of the security sector, as well as to enhance knowledge and to build capacity and skills to access and strengthen oversight and accountability on the security institutions in line with the OGM and the AU policy framework on security sector cluster. In short, SSR. The specific objectives included to disseminate the OGM and the oversight and accountability of the security sector, sharing of knowledge among participants on strengthening oversight and accountability of the security sector, enhancing knowledge and strengthening networks between participants that lead to a wider dissemination of the security sector framework and its operational guide. What does the AU policy framework on security sector and its OGM say? The first substantive presentation focused on the AU African Union policy framework on the security sector reform. The presenter highlighted the core African principle of the security sector reform with African solidarity, national ownership, gender-based practices, and recognition of traditional security institutions in the security sector as major principles. They also underscore the importance of commitment to international principles of the governance of the security sector, such as democratic control and oversight, transparency, inclusion and accountability, effective communication, and respect for human rights. Furthermore, what is the role of Parliament? The presenter highlighted that Parliament must make laws, including for the security sector, that it must be noted that security discussion must not only focus on armed forces, but must involve all other security elements, including police, the gender, border security protocol, and justice system as prisons. There was an appreciation for those parliamentary systems which requires parliaments to approve all security sector activities through the various parliamentary committees and public hearings. In West Africa, ECOWAS makes an effort to coordinate the security effort of member states through various workshops of all members. This knowledge sharing is important. It is highlighted that the work of parliaments must not always be done on political party lines. There must be an effort to provide all information from parliament that the executive requires. The issue of private military companies operating in West Africa was also discussed, and there was a highlight of a new security threat such as cyber security. The discussion on the session highlighted the following issues. State-to-state collaboration on matters of security is very paramount. However, it's also important to consider people-to-people collaboration. An example was given of establishing the effort of people-to-people relation in border areas. People on both sides of the border have been collaborating with each other for centuries, but in recent time there have been examples of efforts to break this people-to-people collaboration which had negative results. Interministerial collaboration during budget processes is also identified to be crucial. However, there is a need for adequate training for all to understand the relevant budgeting process. Member states and governments must endeavor to provide security services to all sections of their society, including remote rural areas. Budgeting process must provide for the security of these remote areas to avoid security problems which often starts from areas where that is not necessarily perceived adequate in attention from the state. The introduction of the operational guide note on oversight and accountability, that presentation gave the purpose of the AU operational guidance note on oversight and accountability of the security sector. In addition to the theoretical framework, the following issues were highlighted by the presenter. Accountability and oversight are not issues that must be considered at the end of the SSR, they must be mainstreamed. This is particularly relevant when it is understood that accountability has a proactive as well as a reactive component. Oversight relies on information, and it can only be said that information is the lifeblood of oversight. There is no single point of accountability in the theoretical framework, and there are only several connected elements. It is not sufficient to hold a single officer to account. It is the whole system that must be answerable. Success stories must be told, and the media plays an important role. Our understanding of security must include state and non-state providers. International human rights and international humanitarian law requires that the state hold their security institutions to account. The discussion also brought forth various important and difficult questions regarding the following. Lethal force can be used only where there is imminent threat to life. An officer who uses excessive and arbitrary force is culpable. However, it is also important to understand and address that the management and the organization could have done better to avoid such a situation. A case of torture, a manager holds same accountability as the culprit. Then, with TESUT, the training tool was also developed, which is known by Flow, which highlights some key tools at the disposals of Parliament as follows: the national budget, annual performance plan and annual report, questions in Parliament, oral statements, reporting, site visit, researchers and public hearing. The discussion brought out some important issues, including the following: the need for a model to set standard operating procedures of rules of Parliament that could be developed by the Pan-African Parliament and provide for a tool and process outlined in the African Union Parliamentary Tool. This could assist parliaments that don't have such procedures in place to understand how their procedure could be adopted to allow them to play a stronger role in the security sector reform, oversight and accountability. Involvement of communities, public participation in the parliamentary process is important. Some countries are also practicing this. Some countries have got questions, offenses. There are challenges in engaging with private security, but in some countries they are guided by an act of parliament, and they represent themselves in parliament. This is important as some of the countries' private security are more than the national police and the defense forces combined. The private security are armed and some of them are foreign owned. And one way of keeping the parliamentary committees on top of the national budget process is to get the treasury to provide quarterly reports of all the elements within the security cluster. The workshop outcomes. A summary of workshop outcomes were presented, pointing out that the Pan-African Parliament, in collaboration with APCOF, have successfully conducted a very intense compressed workshop. Rich presentations were made, and these are the following recommendations. Several important emerge that the Pan-African Parliament should disseminate the AU policy framework on security cluster reform and its operational guide notes to all member states, that the Pan-African Parliament should encourage all relevant organs of the AU to promote the values of the African policy framework on security cluster reform and its accompanying operational guideline notes, and use them to provide all matters related to security sector reform in Africa as a baseline. The members of the Pan-African Parliament should encourage their domestic parliaments to review their security legislation against the AU policy framework on security sector reform and its accompanying operational guidance note, and to make necessary amendments to the legislation to promote alignment, specifically not limited to ensuring robust and credible oversight and accountability of the security sector. The Pan-African Parliament should develop a model set of standard operating procedures or rules of parliament that could assist the national parliaments to play a stronger role in the security sector reform oversight and accountability, that the members of the Pan-African Parliament empowering PAP to conduct the security sector reform assessment and reviews to AU member states with a view to improve the security sector reform performance and accountability, that members of the Pan-African Parliament promote the involvement of communities, both public participation in the parliamentary process regarded as crucial and vital, that members of PAP encourage the development of a legal framework for non-state security sectors at domestic level, in which will include adherence to human rights and provide oversight and accountability, that the members of the Pan-African Parliament encourage their national treasuries to provide quarterly reports for all the elements of the security sector as a means of strengthening oversight and accountability in the security sector. Now with part 2, where the compromise legal compressed submission was done through the legal department, is to say we now resolve in terms of Rule 5B, C, and D of the Rules of Procedure of the African Parliament, which empowers the Pan-African Parliament to inter alia organize, debate, discuss, express opinion, advise, make recommendation, and take resolution on the objectives and matters relating to the African Union and its organs, regional economic communities, member states and their organs and institutions resolve to do the following. Endorse the AU policy framework on security sector reform, the AU operational guide note on training of security sector reform, and the AU operational guide note on gender and security sector reform, and the AU oversight and accountability security sector established by the guide member states towards strengthening accountability, effectiveness of the national security reforms. Reaffirm Pan-African Parliament's commitment to support member states in strengthening democratic accountability processes towards guaranteeing good governance, and to empower members of the Pan-African Parliament to conduct security sector reform assessment reviews within their respective member states with a view to improve the security sector reform strategies. Encourage members of the Pan-African Parliament and regional parliaments to proactively undertake engagement to support the awareness and implementation of the AU policy framework on security sector reform, the AU operational guide note, and the training on security sector reform on gender and oversight accountability within the respective jurisdiction. Urge members of parliament to encourage their domestic parliaments to review the security sector legislation against the African Union policy framework. Urge members of Pan-African Parliament to develop a legal framework for non-state security actors at domestic level, which include adherence to principles of human rights, oversight and accountability. And furthermore, urge Pan-African Parliament to encourage their national treasuries to provide regular financial reports on security sector agencies, and to urge members implementing the security sector reform to be guided by the principles of African solidarity, national ownership, gender-based practices, and the recognition of traditional security institutions in the security sector reform process, as well as the principle of democratic control, oversight, transparency, inclusion, public participation, accountability, effective communication, respect for human rights, as prescribed by the AU SSR policy. Encourage all relevant organs of AU to promote the values of AU policy framework on SSR and develop a model standard operating practice for parliamentarians that will serve as a primary parliamentary tool to guide parliamentarians in supporting domestic awareness and implementation on the AU sector. To disseminate, once approved, the AU policy framework on SSR and its operating guiding note to all member states. With this, I lay upon your table, honorable members, on behalf of the Committee of Justice, and I say something. Thank you. Shukran.
شكرا.
Thank you. Honorable Kotomilo, Chair of the Committee of Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution, for presenting the second report. And let me come back to affirm that our discussions shall focus on what has been presented. And you are all aware that this report reflects what happened in that session under the specific theme. And whatsoever contained in the minutes or the report is a very serious matter that has been presented to us as parliamentarians. And to be fair to the presenters and those who contributed to this matter, we should have to consider what happened in these sessions and recorded in these minutes. And I hereby mention the role of the Pan-African Parliament Secretariat and those who are involved in the steering of the sessions. The minutes of every meeting are taken containing the ideas, presentations faithfully, and that will be in line with what we want to achieve, and not to take into account that in the presentation of the reports, sometimes the presenter, and just for elaboration and for more understanding, he may go further to elements that are not included in the report. But my point is that when we are having these reports, we have to focus on what has been documented in that report and which has been submitted with that clarifications and highlights. Once again, let me thank the chair of the Committee of Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolutions, and my thanks go to the members of the two committees, Committee of Justice, Human Rights, and the Committee of Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution. And let me say that this is the first presentation that has been delivered to us after the elections and the beginning of this the work of this seventh parliament. So my advice to the other committees is that to be faithful to what has been discussed within our committees and to be precise and to focus and not to let the rest of the work to be done in this plenary in order to adopt the recommendations with full understanding. And also I would like to remind you that the first report that has been presented to us, which was about the security crisis in Sudan and its humanitarian impact. Recommendations were included, and the second report that has been presented to us, which is about the workshop on the high-level workshop in the African Union, high-level sensitization of the African Union operational guidance note. Let's now go to the discussion of the two reports. Before my hand, I have a list of 43 members who want to intervene. To make use of our time and to be fair to everyone here, I open the floor for the discussion, but we have to apply the rules of the Pan-African Parliament by giving every intervenant or anybody who's taking the floor 3 minutes to finish his intervention. These interventions should focus only on the two reports only. Let me start with the first intervenant from Somal, Honorable Abdi Samator, who asks the floor. You have the floor, Mr. Abdi. Thank you, Mr. Chair, President.
That I would like to ventilate in this plenary on the Sudan. The people of Sudan have no voice in PAP at a time.
Order.
What?
فأرجو أي متدخل أن يقف.
Please, for every intervenant, please stand. This is just part of the rules of the Pan-African Parliament that is require any person who wants to speak to stand, so that to show some respect to your colleagues and then to speak openly to your colleagues. Thank you. You have the floor, Mr. Abdi.
The people of the Sudan have no voice in PAP at this time when they are going through a genocide. I am not a Sudanese, I'm a Somali. But our sisters and brothers there have no voice, and therefore I want to speak for them on the basis of the reports that have been submitted. Last year I spoke about the horrors by the RSF and financed by the United Arab Emirates. In February this year, I went to visit Sudan at the behest of the civil society of the Sudanese, and traveled nearly 2,000 kilometers and saw the hell that Sudan has become. Honorables, the war in the Sudan is between two warring factions. It's between the people of the Sudan and RSF and the United Arab Emirates and some African neighbors. I went to a refugee camp and met people displaced from their homes, saw and heard firsthand what life has become. I met displaced families. I met mothers who accepted to be raped in order to save their daughters, but who failed to do so. I met young girls aged 14, 15, and 16 who were raped by RSF soldiers and who now have children. I saw those children in my own eyes and touched them with my own hands. The dead and the mutilated are beyond imagination of this parliament. And I want people to reflect on that. We have a responsibility unless we are shameful as Africans. And here are two propositions I would like to conclude. The simple proposition is to show the Sudanese people that their pain is ours. In order to do so, I suggest and recommend that we invite the civilian prime minister of the country who is working exactly to do the kind of work we want them to do. I plead with you, Mr. President.
Shukran. 3 minutes. Maali, thank you. 3 minutes. Honorable Member Richard Shimondo Banda from Malawi.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and I'll quickly want to thank the presenter for a wonderful presentation. My intervention is to just echo what the committee has done and to agree with them on a number of issues. The first is to make sure that we must have institutional intervention so that we leverage what the African Union is doing. That is silencing the guns. We must stop the killing of innocent people, citizens, orphans, children, and mothers. The second issue, Mr. President, is to make sure that we confront external interference. We must name and shame those that are increasingly funding illicit doings in Sudan. When we name them, we must not hide names because of their money, but we must make sure that justice is done and we are saving our people, our friends from Sudan. We must investigate all atrocities being done. And when we investigate, Pan-African Parliament and African Union should lead in making sure that those that are committing these crimes are taken to book. Mr. President, we must make sure that our humanitarian efforts are increased and are given directly to the people that are affected. While we talk about war, we must not forget that basic human rights are being denied each and every passing day. Mr. President, we must make sure that all African countries are receiving all Sudanese refugees, support them in our countries. We must not just speak. African Union should move from being passive and being active. Every brother, every sister, every child from Sudan is our brother. Whatever we do, we must think for them. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Maali Nkomo Halasi from Lesotho.
Mr. President, since I've been part of the workshop, I will surrender my 3 minutes to Professor from Somalia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to keep order, and there is a chair of this session who gives the floor responsibly, and he is the one who is in charge of organizing this session according to rules and procedures of the Parliament. So to avoid any disorder, we hope that we reach at the end a very strong work that can reflect the policy of this Pan-African Parliament, especially when it comes to issues of human rights, security, or matters that are related to cooperation and resolving the conflicts. I don't have any doubt on of the capacity of this professor. So I am the one who should give the floor to him. So again, I'm going to give the floor to my brother from Somal. So yeah, Professor, you have the floor. Thank you.
Shukran, Ya Rais. Thank you, Mr. President. May the people of Lesotho live forever. I met displaced families. I met mothers who accepted to be raped in order to save their daughters. I touched their flesh. I heard their voice. but these mothers failed, and their daughters in return were raped at the age of 14. I can name them firsthand, at the age of 15 and at the age of 16, who were raped by RSF and who now have children, 1 year, 2 years of age, from Al-Fashar, the town of Al-Fashar. The dead and the mutilated were absolutely horrifying to see. We have a simple responsibility here in the Pan-African Parliament. And my proposition again, and I will be very brief now, is to invite the civilian Prime Minister of the Republic of Sudan, who is not a military man and who is doing his best to salvage his country and his people. Secondly, I hope our Parliament will speak about civil societies. We can invite the civil society organization, the main organization of the civil society of the people of Sudan, to come here so that they themselves can speak for themselves. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the people of Lesotho.
شكرا. Thank you, Honorable. Now, Honorable Sidi Ziva, Happy Meal from Zimbabwe.
Thank you. Thank you, President, Your Excellencies, the Vice President and distinguished members of the Presidium, members of the Pan-African Parliament. I rise to support the report of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution on the state of peace and security in Africa. Africa is not poor in resources. Africa is bleeding from conflict. Every bullet fired against an African is a bullet fired at our collective future. Every child displaced by war is a reminder that peace cannot be postponed. The greatest threat to Agenda 2063 is insecurity. The time has come to move from reacting to crises to preventing them. The conflicts in Sudan and other parts of our continent demand one clear response: African solutions to African challenges. Africa's peace cannot be outsourced. We must strengthen the African Union, empower regional economic communities, invest in preventative diplomacy, finance African peace initiatives, and build accountable security institutions under effective parliamentary oversight. Our priorities are clear: prevent conflict before it erupts, address poverty, youth unemployment, corruption, climate change, and illicit arms trafficking, protect women, children, and displaced persons, and deepen regional cooperation. Security is not only threatened by bullets and bombs, it is equally threatened by hatred, intolerance, and division. Let us not ignore the disturbing rise of xenophobic attacks in parts of Southern Africa. We cannot proclaim African solutions to African challenges while Africans live in fear of a fellow African. An attack on the African is attacking on Africa itself. From Zimbabwe, sustainable peace is built through dialogue, constitutionalism, respect for sovereignty, and strong regional cooperation. Honorable members, history will not judge us by the reports we debate, but by the peace we secure. We cannot build roads while bombs destroy bridges. We cannot educate children while conflict empties classrooms. We cannot speak of continental integration while Africans flee violence or fear their neighbors. Let's not only silence the guns of war, but also voices of hatred and xenophobia. Africa's borders may define our states, but they must never divide our humanity. If an African is not safe anywhere in Africa, then none of us has fulfilled the promise of the African Union. Let the 7th Parliament be remembered as the Parliament that chooses courage over complacency, unity over division, action over rhetoric. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Lutfi Hamami from Tunisia. Honorable معالي النائبة مريم جايدابولا من Côte d'Ivoire. Honorable from Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
by listening to our deliberations on the security situation in Africa and particularly on the tragedy which is prevailing in Sudan, one fundamental question comes to mind. Wars, rebellions, and conflicts require considerable means. There is a need for weapons, ammunition, and communications equipment, funding, and logistics support. And all this does not come like a manna from heaven. Behind any weapon used to kill any African, there exists a manufacturer, a seller, a middleman, a transporter, and a funder, and at times a masterminder. So we should have the courage to ask the question, who supplies weapons? Who masterminds African wars? Who fund them? Through which boundaries and through which platforms do they arrive in Africa? I would like to ask the question to the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament. Shouldn't we install at the continental level a real mechanism for the traceability of weapons and ammunition used in African conflicts, just like the European Union requires for our agricultural products, which are less dangerous? So this mechanism is going to identify by their series numbers and the financial path for the acquisition. So I propose that the Pan-African Parliament should adopt a resolution or include in the resolution of the report by urging the African Union to, first of all, start by creating an independent continental mechanism for the traceability of weapons seized in conflict zones. Secondly, a systematic cooperation between states and regional communities, the United Nations, financial institutions, and specialized organs. Thirdly, the regular publications of reports on the region, the itinerary, and the stakeholders concerned with the traffic of weapons. And fourthly, clear African sanctions on everyone, companies, groups, and states who are going to be responsible for this. It's only based on this transparency that Africa is going to assert its sovereignty and is going to stop the murderous interventions. The time has come for us to assert. The time for us has come to assert the fact that the life of every and each African counts. I thank you very much.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mariam. Honorable Babara, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good morning, fellow MPs. First of all, I would like to say I support our leadership and believe in you. I know with you are going forward. With that, Your Excellency, as many may be aware, as Rwandan ourselves, we have suffered insecurity since the mid-60s, the mid-19th century. And this had come into a genocide, 1994. So we understand and we stand with the peoples of Sudan. And therefore I support the report of the committee. And for a clarification, we were given by the clerk, they gave us the real report. What he read is what we have. So maybe our fellow MP can verify. I therefore say that this is crisis in Sudan and its consequences. There must be an approach that tackles the root causes. I would say that name the two PAP committees, what they can do. They can engage 14 African countries that were mentioned in the report. First of all, they engage the MPs. Secondly, together to find out somehow this country may have been manipulated by either side, but not to come together because they are involved, they are the neighbors, to be the ones to bring peace, even to provide information and what they think, and what they think is the way forward. Also, there have been peace talks, there have been by AU, I have even been reading about the United States, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and United Arab Emirates. They have put efforts together. Even they have put an international truce, but all those things are not enforced. Why? Because all the people that are involved are not buying into it. They on the other side or on the other side. So since PAP only plays a consultative role, some of the recommendations you give here in this house cannot be implemented. Therefore, what I was advising is that my second recommendation, the first recommendation was that the members of the two committees engage members or MPs of the 14 countries, even who are here, to try to understand. And also, the second recommendation that involve, request AU to involve these 14 countries to avoid being manipulated to take sides, but either come together and provide a solution. I submit. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Honorable, thank you. Honorable Welcome Delamani from Eswatini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the wounds of Sudan are the wounds to Africa. This Honorable House, Honorable President, must move beyond symbolism to decisive parliamentary action. Action that will protect the civilians today and demand accountability, and also insist on a genuinely African-led, inclusive path to peace that restores the dignity and future of the Sudanese people and safeguard regional stability. Honorable President, having gone through the report of the joint committees, one sees that there is mention of the UAE and also mention of the mercenaries from Colombia. But then why doesn't it mention the 14 countries? Who are these 14 countries? We need to know who these 14 African countries are, because some of these 14 countries could be represented in this particular house. And we need the MPs of those countries to take a stand inside this parliament. What is going on? Why are they perpetuating the violence in Sudan? We need to be blatant, we need to be open, we need to be frank with each other. Unless we are frank with each other, the crisis in Sudan will not stop, Honorable President. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping the time. I'd like to call His Honorable Abdulsalam Horma from Mauritania to take the floor. Thank you, Honorable Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Pan-African Parliament for tackling this issue, which is a deep wound in Africa. And my brother from Somal has spoken to this, because I know the people of Somal went through a similar situation. And it's up for us to really show interest in this subject, and I would like the Pan-African Parliament to play a concrete role in the conflict of Sudan, either on the political or diplomatic aspects. Secondly, the issue that's happening in Sudan might hit any other country in Africa, because it's related to governance and power. Therefore, there was a paragraph that came yesterday through the address of His Excellency the President of South Africa yesterday, when he spoke about the unconstitutional change of governments. Because we do understand that most of the civil wars and unrest is an outcome of falsified elections or fight over power. The Pan-African Parliament should give a special interest to this subject. I have a third and final recommendation, is that we have to give some interest into solving the issues that are taking place in many regions of Africa. We understand that we don't have so many, not much of capacity as Africans. However, these issues are issues that concern us, and we have to find solutions for them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Member. I would like to call on Honorable David Fanana from Eswatini.
Point of
Thank
order.
you, Mr. President. Although my surname is a little bit difficult, I'm Honorable David Ngampalala. Honorable President, mine is very simple. I'm supporting the report of the committee in the issue of Sudan. The issue of Sudan is one issue that is very critical. We need, as a Pan-African Parliament, to stand firm and investigate the issue of Africa or of Sudan. When you see that the African Union committed to silence the guns by 2030 remaining incumbents, we should create job, education for the women and the young people of the continent of Sudan so that maybe they can have their job so that they can stop the fighting against each other. Mr. President, we must also speak of a new threat of climate change and driving a conflict over water and land, especially in the continent such as Sudan. That is also those problems that is causing a lot of problem in the southern Sudan. Thank you so much, Mr. President. That is my submission.
Shukran. Thank you, Honorable Member David. I would like to apologize for misspelling your name. I would like to call Honorable Saeed Ibrahim from the Sahrawi Republic. Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to thank as well the presenter of this report concerning the status in Sudan. I would like to say that this parliament, which has to be a forum for the African voices in order to be able to know and give solidarity to the issues of Africa and all across Africa. Here I would like to express that in the absence of the members from Sudan, because we don't have any members from Sudan, and we do believe that if there is a voice that's absent from one of the African countries, we all have to be their voice, the voice of their countries and their peoples. So I would like to express that our hearts and solidarity with our brothers from Sudan is there, and I would like to suggest that in the recommendations and the resolutions that the Pan-African Parliament sets up a fact-finding mission to go and look into the situation in Sudan and the rest of Africa and make a position of the Pan-African Parliament, a position that supports the position of the African Union. Therefore, we would like to receive reports that are done and realized by our own House, and reports that go in harmony with the aspirations of the African people, and I underline people because we are here to represent the voices of the people, not necessarily the voice of the government. So when I mention the peoples, I mean all the peoples of Africa. Therefore, Your Excellency, I would like to call upon the Committee of International Relations and to go and have a mission to Sudan in order to make its own reports, whereby we can present a report that can retain the confidence of the African people in our work. Thank you very much, Honorable President. Thank you, Honorable Member Saeed. I would like to call on Honorable Senator Dr. Mutasa from Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President. Thank you, Excellency. I am Dr. Stuki Mota from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I know it is a bit difficult to pronounce our surnames, and we've been called the Eswatini Mafia. I don't know why. I rise to support the report by the committee, but I also wish to state that the Sudanese crisis is not only a security challenge, but also a profound humanitarian emergency. Ending the conflict requires sustained political commitment, regional cooperation, accountability for violations, and increased humanitarian support to protect millions of civilians whose lives and livelihoods have been devastated by the war. And having said that, Honorable President and Your Excellencies, this is the right platform to deal with all this. My colleagues have emphasized the role that PAP needs to play. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Dr. Mutasa from Eswatini. Once again, I would like to call Honorable Senator Tony Sibanji from Eswatini. You have the floor.
Greetings to you, Honorable President, and to all the Vice Presidents present today. And I must congratulate you, Mr. President. I'm the first member from Eswatini that you've spelled or said the name and the surname correctly. Congratulations. Mr. President, I rise to support the report of the chairperson, who is Honorable Deputy Speaker from the People's Republic of Namibia, and also the chairperson of the Committee on International Cooperation. Chair, I'll be the shortest member of Parliament to debate because all other points that I had have been taken. So to add will be to subtract from the eloquent speakers that have come before me. So I just support the report, and I want to encourage the committee to continue doing the exquisite job that they are doing, and we will make sure that we follow through what they have recommended today. We hope all goes well. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I will debate the next report.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Tony. I would like to call on Honorable Jean Roko Onembi from Equatorial Guinea. So he has the floor.
Traductores, ya tienen la traducción correcta porque voy a intervenir en español.
I will be intervening in Spanish, so I believe that you're all aware of this. And firstly, I'd like to thank the President for having given me the floor, as well as the other members of the Pan-African Parliament. I support completely the report that was read by Mr. Philippos, because the conflicts in Africa do not require that the solutions will come from out of Africa. We don't only have the conflicts like Sudan, it is really very sad what's happening in Sudan, because the people, it seems it's completely different of what's happening, and we'd like to wake up Africa to find the solutions within Africa. As we say, Africans' problems requires African solutions. We have the natural resources that are sufficient. We have the human resource sufficient. And what is failing, given that we have not been able to find the solutions for our own problems? I wish to say to Mr. Philippos, what would be his recommendations to find these solutions through the African Union? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Zebongile Maramba from Eswatini.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of PAP. I'm going to talk about peace and security in Africa. As I'm saying, let's build one Africa. Through PAP, we are able to build because we are in a position to follow the laws, the protocols, which make us one. And some of these conflicts in Africa can be resolved through the protocols we have. And in Africa, we have people from all spheres of life, and we need to make sure that as a continent, we secure every country. If there are conflicts, we make sure that that country is supported and fully, and we make sure as PAP that on that intervention, we are leading. Because if we exempt ourselves, the people do not see what we are doing at PAP. In Africa, we need to strengthen our regional cooperation, the local defense and institutional governance, and we have to make sure that we are sisters and brothers. If we still feel that some of if we feel that there is still hatred and xenophobia, we will not make one Africa. We have to avoid the hatred and violence in all spheres of life and ensure that the women and children are protected. Each and every country, I think we should make sure that there is peace and security. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call upon Honorable Member Ayman Ben Saleh from Tunisia. Thank you, Your Excellency President. I am a member in the Committee of Cooperation and International Relations, and I would like to thank Mr. Philippos for the two reports presented. Your Excellency President, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, the security crisis in Sudan represents a concern, a deep concern for the African continent due to the loss of lives and the displacement of millions and the deterioration of the economic and humanitarian situation. We renew our solidarity with the Sudanese people, and we call upon all parties to immediate ceasefire and to resort to the political dialogue and put the national interest above all interest, and also to support all the African efforts aimed at supporting stability and security in Sudan that guarantees the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Sudan and guarantees protection of all the citizens. And I want to affirm that there is a point that was read in the report, which is the interference or the involvement of external states in the domestic affairs of Sudan. And I want to focus on this point because I attended in the meeting and I listened to many people who intervened who are talking about the interference of an Arab country that does not belong to this African continent. And I call upon the Parliament to investigate this matter, because the stability of Sudan is the stability to all Africa. And Your Excellency President, in the last minute, regarding the second point presented by Mr. Philippos, I would like to talk about the security successes in Tunisia. That is also a success, and it is recognized because the international gangs and the criminals who are specialized in the drug trafficking and weapons dealings. And thankfully, the security forces in Tunisia had achieved success, and we can also we can share those success stories with many African countries for the benefit of this continent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Ayman. I just want to withdraw for some time and I now call upon the second Vice President, Honorable Senator, to preside over the session until I come back. And now I give the floor to Honorable Member Famaba from Senegal.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. President, dear honorable MPs, dear African compatriots. I am Fawaba, MP from Senegal. Mr. President, I would like to support or second the report which has just been read on Sudan. However, I have a few questions that I would like to put. Why is it that there are wars in Sudan? Or why is it that there is a war in Sudan and killings in Africa? Mr. President, there are very important questions that I want to put to you, which are that why is it that Africans are fighting their brothers? How do we explain the violence which are occurring now in Africa, especially perpetrated against other Africans? Mr. President, here in South Africa, we have recorded a number of victims from Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, the Gambia, and most especially from South Rwanda, from West Africa. Mr. President, we are wondering if this is due to unemployment and poverty. If yes, this is not the reason such actions should be taken. Why are people promoting Afrophobia? Why are we promoting violence against each other, knowing well that we belong to the same family and that we have the duty to protect each other, as Ngugi wa Thiong'o rightly said in his novel, Green of Reeds, I die for you, you die for me. These spirits of brotherliness ought to guide our future. Mr. President, never again should we record such violence here in South Africa. Never again should we witness wars in Sudan or this violence in South Africa. Mr. President, Africa is not an area for these wars, but we are equally a continent for resolutions, hope. Mr. President, our people hope for a peaceful world, one where there is stability, cooperation, and solidarity. In order to overcome these challenges, Mr. President, we need to strengthen the African mechanisms for prevention and conflict resolutions via a better coordination between the AU, the Pan-African Parliament, economic communities.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Unfortunately, your 3 minutes are up. The next member to contribute is Honourable Bertrand Kouadio from Côte d'Ivoire, I beg your pardon. Honourable Member.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for acknowledging me. Normally, I'm not supposed to take the floor again because my colleagues mentioned the issue of conflicts in Africa already in a very detailed manner. However, I think everyone here has a special love for Sudanese because each time I meet a Sudanese, I am so much in love with them. You know, in the years 2000, I participated to a seminar
in Paris, where we're talking about the forgotten wars, and here we're referring to the war in Sudan. Because wars actually started in the 1955, I think, and ended in 1972, where they started back at 1980 something and ended in 2007, I think. Today, since 2023, we've been witnessing a war in this country. I would like to emphasize the fact that this is something sorrowful. There are many neighboring countries to Sudan, but this war spirals out to has effects on neighboring countries. Also, the humanitarian support has been drastically cut, so there are limited resources to take care of those who were saved from this situation or displaced people. Unfortunately, Ambassador Bankole is not online. I would equally like to say that I support the resolution proposed by the committee. We need to strengthen it, and why not carry out a mission at the AU on the issue in Sudan, so that the Peace and Security Council, maybe rather committee, can tell us what the African Union is doing in order to end the conflict in Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We now call Honourable Senator Mungatana from Kenya. Senator, you have the floor, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, when we are talking about Sudan, what are we talking about? Madam Vice President, we are talking about a very beautiful country where the confluence between the Blue Nile, which comes from Lake Victoria in Uganda, and the White Nile, which comes from Ethiopia, where the confluence of those two rivers found in Khartoum. Madam Vice President, 20 years ago, when I was then the Deputy Minister for Regional Development from Kenya, we actually paid a courtesy call and a benchmarking tour to Sudan. Sudan was the great country in agriculture. Sudan was where we went to learn about farming and what they are doing on the shores of the Blue Nile and the River Nile. We are talking about a country that was very, very prosperous. Mr. Speaker, when I was received there, a beautiful drink called the Kakadei, I've never forgotten it. That's the country that we are talking about. Very nice people, very honorable people, very hardworking people. Madam Speaker, now that economy is destroyed, now you hear of North Darfur, South Darfur, West Darfur, Khartoum itself being bombshelled, people killed. Madam Speaker, this report says we must support all the efforts to return peace to Sudan. And we know that the efforts that are being made by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and United States, the last meeting which was held in Jeddah, we know the efforts that are being made by IGAD, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development within that region. We know about the efforts that are being made by African Union. Madam Speaker, I support this report, but I would request that these reports of where these efforts have reached can be given to this Parliament through the Bureau under your presidency, so that then these reports can be fed to the two committees. I support that they should make this fact-finding mission, but they should not go for only one side. We have the conflict is between the the Sudanese army.
I'm sorry, Honourable Member, your time is up. Our next contributor is Honourable Rodney Cloete from Namibia. You have the floor.
Honorable Vice President, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the two reports that you presented. I'll speak more to the security issue. Africa's security institutions carry the history of the states that created them. Under colonial rule, police forces, border services, prisons, and intelligence structures were principally organized to secure territory and maintain administrative control. Independence placed these institutions under African governments, but democratic supervision equal to protection and public trust has to be built afterwards. That task became more difficult as populations expanded. Cities grew and new threats emerged. Terrorism, cybercrime, organized crime, and private armed groups now operate across our borders, while many remote communities still experience the state through an understaffed police station, a distant court, or no effective protection at all. Security therefore reaches citizens through ordinary encounters at roadblocks, at border posts, a public demonstration, a prison, or when a family reports a crime. In border areas, communities may share relative markets, grazing routes, and social obligations across boundaries that are recent when compared with the histories of the people living there. Oversight must understand these realities. The report before us addresses the institutional question at the center of this history: how democratic society supervises those authorized to exercise coercive power. It correctly treats the security sector as wider than the military and includes the police, intelligence, services, prisons, borders, institutions, justice structures, and non-state providers. Parliament cannot discharge this responsibility without information, legal authority, research capacity, and control over public expenditure. I therefore support the chairperson's report's proposal that PAP develop model parliamentary rules for security sector oversight. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Mahmoud Dahar from Djibouti. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, dear colleagues, dear parliamentarians. As the previous speakers, I would like to acknowledge and congratulate the chair of the Cooperation Committee for the quality of his reports. The situation in Sudan cause for concern as it can be considered as the worst crisis on our continent. As the report rightly said, beyond the attacks, that is the armed attacks, we notice that millions of people, women and men, let alone children, are those bearing the brunt of this crisis or this conflict. And we equally have food insecurity and health issues, just to name a few. There are equally a lot of human rights violations. In the face of such strategies, our continent cannot remain a spectator. Dear colleagues, we have the responsibility, as well as our respective countries, to support all dialogue initiatives which are being taken, as well as mediations organized by African Union in collaboration with the regional organizations and international partners. The aim here is to achieve a sustainable ceasefire and a sustainable solution drafted by Sudanese themselves. So I would like to seize the opportunity as I stand before this rostrum and tell you that mediation efforts have been taken by my country, Djibouti, under the impulse of the President of the Republic and the incumbent President of IGAD. Djibouti undertook to ease discussions between both partners. The aim here is to have a constructive dialogue and achieve a peaceful solution. These initiatives are to be commended and are a testament of a constant commitment of Djiboutians for peace in our regions. Also, it's important to strengthen humanitarian support by providing a safe support to populations. We equally need to help neighboring countries such as Chad, South Sudan, who host hundreds of refugees. Finally, our continent will be able to achieve its development commitments if peace, stability is being considered at the heart or being put at the heart of our common commitments. Thank you.
Speaker is Honorable Safia Al-Majibou from Djibouti as well. You have 3 minutes.
Madame la Présidente,
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I would like to start by joining my voice to the two previous speakers who talked about the xenophobic acts prevailing in South Africa. So I would like to support their motion. So, secondly, I think it's unacceptable, Madam President or Vice President, that the names of the mastermind of these wars, as mentioned in the report, but we noticed, unfortunately, that nobody, be it the AU international organisms or bodies rather, condemn these people directly. I'm wondering how we intend to cope with this silence. Maybe this situation might lead to the war, just as that in Sudan. And this will be due to our silence and the fact that we are not ready to condemn these countries. Also, Madam Chair, I would like to make a proposal. Why is it that the PAP doesn't adopt a resolution at the AU so that this issue be considered as a priority and that maybe solutions be found as soon as possible in order to silence this war so that Sudan can get back to enjoy their peace as they used to. So on behalf of my fellow parliamentarians from Djibouti, I would like to say that we are in union with these countries which are suffering, as well as these people, that is the children and women who are bearing the brunt of this war. Thank you, Honorable Samantha, for your visit and for shedding light on this situation. These are things that do exist, and he actually met people and was able to touch the reality. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable. And now we have Honorable Alphonse Kassanji from Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. Dear colleagues, dear Pan-Africans, I would like to discuss the security situation in the DRC, especially in the eastern parts. We've been witnessing unprecedented acts of violence perpetrated by the people of Rwanda, and this has been on since 1997, where these troops crossed the country and maybe appointed President Kabila, who finally sent them away 2 years after. Despite the situation, Rwanda continues to exercise certain activities in the DRC.
Debate were for us to remain focused on the Honorable Member, you're to remain focused on the report. Kindly realign your contribution to what is in the report that was presented. Thank you.
Oui, mais en parlant du Soudan.
Yes, I cannot talk about Sudan without mentioning the DRC. Why do you want us to talk about Sudan and not the DRC? We need to talk about the DRC because they are witnessing the same situation currently. Why don't you want us to mention the DRC's case? This is not just, this is not right, rather.
clear that when a member rises to contribute towards a report, the content of the debate must be in alignment with the report that has been presented. So please realign your comments to the debate. Thank you. You are welcome to present a motion, substantive motion, on the specific issue that you wish to discuss at a further time.
Oui, j'en reviens au rapport de la situation.
Okay, let me get back to the report on the situation in Sudan. Honorable Chair, honorable colleagues, I would like to say that here is the Pan-African Parliament, and we cannot accept that African people perpetrate acts of aggressions against other countries.
I'm sorry, your time is up. I would highly recommend that if you do have something that you would like to have before the House, kindly present it in a motion.
Dans les discussions, mon temps est épuisé dans les
Your time is
discussions.
up, Honorable Member. Thank you. And now we have the Honorable Bester Awali from Malawi. You have 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vice President, for according me the floor. On the outset, allow me to commend the Honorable Chair, Honorable Katamero, Chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolutions, for ably presenting the report on the floor. Honorable Vice President, peace and stability are important elements for the development of Africa. Africa can never develop if its member states are wallowing in instability. The Sudanese crisis, Madam President, is not for Sudanese people, but it's for Africa. As per our slogan, One Africa, One Voice, what concerns one member state should concern all member states of this great continent. The conflict in Sudan, as we are all aware, has also affected neighboring countries, and this is why it needs our concerted efforts to end this crisis. The importance of peace and security cannot be overemphasized, as we are aware that it promotes economic growth and also it attracts investments. I would like to propose that as we endeavor want to end this crisis, Madam Vice President, the ways should be to ensure that there has to be immediate ceasefire. Both parties should agree to stop fighting to protect civilians, and also inclusive peace negotiations where peace talks should involve not only the warring parties, but also civilian leaders, women, youth, traditional leaders, and representatives of affected communities. Honorable Vice President, as PAP, we need to devise long-lasting solutions to end this crisis in Sudan, let alone ensure that such crises should not erupt in member states because this vice derails development. I so submit, Madam Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next, we have Honorable Hussein Mohamed Ali from Djibouti.
Madame la Présidente,
Vice President, thank you. Given that I'm from the Committee on Cooperation, I'd like to give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Alphonse, so he could finish with his remarks.
Honorable Alphonse, are you minded to stay within the debate rules and complete your remarks, please?
Merci à l'honorable Hussein qui
I'd like to thank Honorable Hussein for giving me the opportunity to conclude my remark. So I have a proposal. As the Pan-African Parliament, if we are truly representing the African Union, then we should not allow other countries to be a base which foreign countries would use to attack fellow African countries. We need better resolutions to end such practices. No African country should be a base to attack other African countries. Elsewhere, in other unions like the European Union and other unions in the United States, there are agreements of non-attack which have been signed, and no neighboring country or country in the same union could be used to disrupt the peace of a neighboring country. That is my proposal. No country should serve as a war base to attack another one on the continent. Thank you.
Next, we have Honorable Christine Wonder from the DRC. You have the floor. 3 minutes, please.
Merci, Madame la Vice-Présidente.
The Vice President, thank you for acknowledging me. I'd like to support my colleagues who took the floor before me. I'd like to commend the quality of the report on the security crisis in Sudan, as well as its implications on the humanitarian sector. As one of the colleagues mentioned, if we have an African problem, we need an African solution. We hope that solutions and resolutions will be taken into consideration and properly implemented through this institution to ensure sustainable peace on the African continent. We need to put an end to massacres. We need to focus on the growth of the continent in all sectors while ensuring peace and unity. That is my stand. Thank you.
Remember, next we have Honorable Anthony Akol from Uganda.
Madam Vice President, I want to take this opportunity to contribute to the debate. My name is Anthony Akol from Uganda, and this is my first time in this parliament. Welcome. Madam Vice President, by coincidence, I'm one of the persons who suffered the conflict in Uganda. I was formerly abducted child in the law-resistant conflict of northern Uganda, of which I spent about 6 months, 3 days and 4 days in captivity. And I know what war means. And when you talk about the war in Sudan now, I know the people affected are the children, the women, the disabled, and the elderly. And they are really suffering. Because if you're talking about 2.5 million people displaced, I know how people were living IDP camps in northern Uganda, about 2,000 people in IDP camps. Madam Vice Chairperson, the most important issue is, which I think the committee should go deeper to look into this issue. What is the root cause of the problem in Sudan? It did not start in 2023, because always wars start by the warning signs. We heard about the wars that were there in Sudan, between what is now South Sudan and the Sudan. We were also hearing about the war which was in Darfur. That means we need to dig deeper. We dig deeper to understand the root causes of the war, and you start approaching it from the root causes. There is no way you will see a leaf growing and you think the problem is on the leaf. There must be a problem that attacks the root of the tree. And if we don't go to the root causes of the problem, we are not going to solve the problem. I am happy that the committee brought up very key issue. Number one, they are talking about a wrangle for power. There is wrangle for power in Sudan. Number two, they are talking about the resources, especially the gold and other minerals, that is being a problem. And then they talk about the tribal issues also. So there is something to be digged into detail, and I really support the committee work, and I think we agree that a lot need to be done. And Madam Vice Chairperson, I support the recommendation of the committee, and I stand with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Bohina Mesbah from Egypt. You have the floor.
Honorable.
I think the honourable member is not in the chamber. We shall move on to the next member. Honourable Dr. Kesetikhili Khobotswan from Botswana. I hope I didn't butcher your name. You have the floor, please. Okay, also. We have Honourable Sani Innocent Sabio from Benin. Also, not here. Okay. Honourable Alimatu Badao from Benin.
Je suis présent, Madame la Présidente.
I am present, Vice President. Sorry, I didn't hear my name properly. I am Sani Innocent Sabio from Benin. Thank you, Vice President. I am taking the floor for the first time in this August Assembly. We joined yesterday only. I have a few remarks to make before I properly take the floor. I think it's pretty unfair the way my colleague from the DRC was interrupted, because I believe this is a debate on the situation of peace and security in Africa. I don't think there are any specifics on the given country, in this case Sudan. That's the reason why I think it's important to understand the situation in the north of Benin. It's only this morning that I was informed that we only have to talk about the report on the situation in Sudan. That is my concern before I take the floor. Thank you, Vice President. So, if you would allow, I would like to speak on behalf of the populations of the north of Benin and West Africa in general. In the north of Benin,
the rules of debate are quite clear, and the direction that was given at the beginning of the debate was members are to make their contribution based on the report. I kindly ask you to abide by the rules which were laid before the House, to which no member expressed an objection. Please proceed and speak to the debate. Thank you.
D'accord, c'est bien reçu, Madame la Présidente.
Well noted, Vice President. I think this is unjust. I submit. Thank you.
Honourable members, may I point out that when a proposal is made before the House, as members, you do have a right to raise objections. When the rules were laid before the debate was commenced, no members stood up to object to the guidelines that were given. I kindly suggest that in future, if you have any objections, please make them known ahead of the start of the debate. Thank you very much, honourable members. I kindly ask Honourable Alimatu Badao from Benin to make her contribution, please. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Vice-Présidente.
The Vice President, thank you for acknowledging me. Honourable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I take the floor today not only as a member of Parliament, but also as a woman, a mother, and a daughter of the African continent. When we talk about the crisis in Sudan, we often talk about data, thousands of displaced and dead persons. However, behind these numbers, we have persons, individuals, women who don't know how to keep or protect their kids, persons who have lost their dignity, children who grow up in the midst of weapons instead of in classrooms, and this suffering should be a general one. This reminds us that conflict does not only destroy cities, but it breaks homes and shelters. It kills the dreams of a generation, and as God-fearing persons, we need to speak out because no one is saved from crisis. This can be cross-cutting and affect all the aspects of life. Faced with such tragedy, we cannot be silent. As members of Parliament of the African continent, it's our moral duty and our political duty to speak for those who have no voice. We need to support all dialogue initiatives, encourage mediation, and call for access to humanitarian services so the populations, especially women and children, are protected and safe. Beyond Sudan, the whole continent seeks peace, and we can only get to our full potential when each child can grow in a safe environment and every woman can live with her dignity intact. Before concluding, I would like to share some thoughts with you. In many traditions, the number 7 is associated with wisdom, responsibility, among others. We are honored to sit on this 7th ordinary session. We should therefore make sure this ensures and protects the heritage of the African continent. History should remember that the 7 legislative year should be the one of bold action, solidarity, and peace. This should be the opportunity to echo the voice of women, children, and all African populations seeking peaceful environments, because beyond our borders, our differences, and our interests, our common unity brings us together. Thank you.
Honorable Margaret Kamau from Kenya. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity. I want to thank the committee for a well-written report and a very bold report, and make a suggestion that this report just doesn't go to the archives of PAP. That the report should go to the heads of state, and our report should go to our parliaments. Let the speakers receive. Because it is very important that it is known in our partner states what is going on and what the report has said. I thank Professor from Somalia for visiting and for the information that he has given us. Madam President, we must ask ourselves when we are talking about silencing the guns, where do the guns come from? Where are they from? How are our border controls? Because our border controls, as far as free movement of persons, is very strict. When it comes to goods, it is very strict. How come we are seeing a flow of arms or weapons into infiltrating our partner states? We need to interrogate that, and the committee should start interrogating that. Finally, the members, the committee have given us one of the recommendations that the members of the Pan-African Parliament should encourage the national treasuries to provide quarterly reports for all the elements of security sector as a means of strengthening oversight. This is a tall order. I would like to ask the committee again to go and deeply go into this and give us a recommendation, because yes, this is an oversight role, this is an accountability point that we need to look at. How can we actually ensure that? Again, as I said, if these recommendations can go to our parliaments, our security committees in our national parliaments should also be able to interrogate this. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Esther Pasaris from Kenya. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam Vice President, I thank the chairperson and the committee for the 2 timely and sobering reports. They remind us not only of the terrible cost of conflict, but our duty to prevent it. Sudan is no longer just a national crisis. It is an African crisis. Millions have been displaced. Countless lives have been lost. And the illicit trade in natural resources continue to fuel the war. I support the recommendations for an immediate ceasefire, protection of civilians and refugees, action against illicit gold trafficking, and an African-led political process that preserves Sudan's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity. Madam Vice President, behind every statistic is a human being. It is heartbreaking to hear of the rape of women and children. As our distinguished professor from Somalia reminded us, war also brings sexual violence against men, boys, torture, mutilation. These are crimes against humanity. There can be no lasting peace without accountability. The second report reminds us that wars like Sudan do not begin overnight. They begin when institutions fail, oversight weakens, dialogue collapses, and impunity takes hold. As parliamentarians, our responsibility is clear: to strengthen oversight, defend the rule of law, to ensure our security institutions serve the people with professionalism, accountability, and respect for human rights. Madam Vice President, let me end with the African reflection. When did the rain start beating Sudan? It did not begin with this war. It began when institutions weakened, dialogue failed, and accountability was abandoned. My final appeal is to the leadership of the Pan-African Parliament that we have heard the reports, we have heard the debates. What is our next step? Our continent is looking at the Pan-African Parliament not just to deliberate, but to lead. The continent is looking for sustainable solutions. Let us take the collective wisdom from this chamber to our national parliaments and from the national parliaments to the people of Sudan, so that Africa speaks with one voice for peace. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Our next contributor is Honourable Majimbo Kalasinga from Kenya. You have the floor, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, actually, to be honest, Kenya borders this country, Sudan, and anything that goes on in Sudan, what affects Sudan affects my country, Kenya. We are saying that when you have war, in war, things that follow war, one is hunger, and two, people who get a lot of problems when you have war are women and children. Women and children, Madam President, cannot cross borders. They can't walk long distances. Most affected, Madam Speaker, Madam President. So what we only have to ask is, war come because of lack of equitable distribution of resources within the nations and grabbing resources outside the nations. Those are the sources of war, and that looks like the main source of war in Sudan. Madam President, if we have to address this issue, we must address it both internally in Sudan and what causes the aggression. The lack, those countries that go in to cause war, because you know very well, Madam President, that those who gain from a confusion will never bring order. They will not, because they want confusion to proceed so that they continue gaining from the resources that they get from that country. Madam President, I would only wish to ask countries bordering Sudan to kindly open the borders for these people to walk in. It's pathetic sometimes when you walk into these refugee camps, you see them, kids suffering. You see, they're staying in cages. This is painful when you go there. I serve on the Committee of Regional Development in my country, dealing with the refugees. Madam President, it's painful to have that situation. Other countries bordering that Sudan should kindly open up the borders and provide environment. We are existing very well in Kenya with the Sudanese who come and walk in as refugees. If you walk in Nairobi, Madam President, you just see them because they are taller than us. And this, Madam President, gives us a thinking that together this House is the only home, Pan-African Parliament is the only home that will bring sense to stop these issues. In my country, I work with a movement called Linda Mwananchi, and we take care of this people, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We now have Honourable Abdul Rahim Hamid from the Chad. You have the floor, Honourable Member.
Merci, Madame la
Vice President, thank you for giving me the floor. On the war in Sudan, it is not a hidden conflict, and these transborder attacks and the shelling by drones could lead to a spread of the conflict to the whole sub-region. Peace in Sudan is vital to ensure the stability of the sub-region. I'll give you some data on what's happening in Chad. We have 34 refugee camps, 156 refugee sites 87% of Sudanese refugees are women and children. And the international community, in its 2026 budget, provided only 21%, reducing the monthly ratios of $11 per refugee to $4 per refugee. This has equally had an impact on the local populations, and they are suffering from malnutrition. About 90% of these local populations are suffering from this plight. It is therefore necessary to ask for the immediate end of the conflict in Sudan and ensure diplomatic discussions for a solution. Also, on the report, Madam Vice President, I completely support the report and agree, not just the individual remarks from the chairperson. In the report, there is a recommendation for a fact-finding mission to Sudan. I think this should also apply to neighboring countries which are affected, like Kenya and Chad. Furthermore, it is indispensable to make a recommendation to the international community so they could provide additional humanitarian assistance for the refugee populations. Yesterday, I saw a very shocking image, a dead woman with her child who was below 2 years old, and this child was trying to wake her. This was along the Chad-Sudan border. The crisis is ongoing and continues to have an impact. We need to ensure stability and peace in Sudan, because such peace would also spread to other countries.
I have Honorable Yahya Lazar, but I'm not sure if I imagined it, but I thought Honorable Lazar just spoke. Yes. All right, we'll move to...
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je pense que...
Thank you, Vice President. So my concerns had already been mentioned by the colleagues who took the floor before me, and I'd therefore like to give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Our next speaker is Honorable Hannah Benahir from Morocco. You have the floor. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. شكرا السيدة الرئيسة. أولا شكرا السيدة الرئيسة، وبالتالي لابد أن أقول على أن مناقشة حالة السلم والأمن في إفريقيا يجب أن تدفعنا إلى...
Sorry, Honorable Member. Translation, please. English translation, please. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
شكرا السيدة الرئيسة.
Thank you very much, Vice President. I'd like to say that the discussions on security and peace in Africa need to push us to investigate the roots of such conflicts, as is the case in Sudan and other countries of the continent. We need to understand that this lack of peace could lead to humanitarian crisis. Peace and development cannot be achieved. They are needed. And investment cannot happen without peace. And that's the reason my country, Morocco, believes that there is a need to provide solutions to these issues. And we need economic growth on the continent. We need more of trade opportunities than conflict, and that's the reason His Royal Majesty talked about the importance of this for Africa. There is a need for economic projects and a long-standing peace project. That is the reason why our duty today as members of this parliament is not only about condemning the conflicts which are ongoing in Sudan and elsewhere, but especially to ensure that there are prerequisites for peace. Peace can only be gotten through development, collaboration, and trust. Lastly, we need to provide full support to Sudan to ensure their stability and peace. Thank you.
We now have Honorable Sani Innocent Sabio from Benin. You have the floor. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. Honorable Zamzam Mohammed from Somalia.
Bismillah, assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Thank you, Vice President. My name is Zamzam Muhammad Umar. I am a member of the Federal Parliament of Somalia. As we discuss peace and security in Africa, I would like to express my concern about recent conditions and attacks in South Africa. Many society people, including Somali nationality, have arrested.
Honorable member, if I may, can we speak to the topic on the floor? The member from the chairing of the Western Caucus has put on the floor a motion which is to be submitted to the Bureau, subsequent to which you can you hear me?
Okay, thank you.
Translation, please. Honorable Zamzam, the honorable member from the Western Caucus. Translation, please. Can we have the Arabic translation, please? Honorable member, on the issue of the attacks that Honorable Yao tabled, there's a motion laid before the House and one that has been tabled, a written motion tabled. So I ask you to shelve that, to speak to that motion when it is brought before the House, so you can speak to that extensively. The next member is Honorable Muhammad Yusuf from the Chad. You have the floor.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة.
Thank you, Vice President. Indeed, the issue of security in Africa and particularly in Sudan has been lasting since 2023. There has been an economic crisis which has a long-lasting impact, a devastating impact, and it makes it one of the major crises in the world. It has led to the destruction of infrastructure and institutions and infrastructure of the state. That has also impacted the lives of millions of civilians. For this reason, we have the issues with refugees, violation of human rights, health crisis, among others, which are related or caused by this crisis. There is a need for efforts from the sub-regions and international efforts as well, a need for aid to support political dialogue for unity on the continent and ensure the country's sovereignty. For this reason, there are recommendations which need to be made. And for all those who want to provide support, each and everyone needs to be objective and neutral to ensure a solution to this problem. And that is the position of the Marshal from Chad, who calls on a resolution of the Sudan crisis. Same goes for the recommendations which have been made. We need to invite the stakeholders, give them an opportunity to share their points of view in order to come to a consensus. It is a beautiful country, and we shouldn't let this country go down in ashes. We need to work for peace, because there are lots of consequences on other countries. So we shouldn't be one-sided in providing a solution. We are all out to ensure peace and security in the country. Thank you.
If I may just bring to the attention of honorable members, it is not the position of this House to gag members, but there are procedures by which we conduct debate, and I strongly urge that whatever issues are pertinent to you, make sure you bring them through the proper channels so that they are adequately addressed on the floor, because that's why you are all here. That's why we are all here. We're all here representing the people of the continent who cannot all be in this room. So please, I would appeal to you that there is no way that any issue that is to be tabled will be blocked because it speaks to what is the concern of the people of this continent. All I ask is that we go through the proper procedure so that we can actually follow things accordingly. Thank you very much. Honorable Alajimbo from the Gambia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And thank you very much, the Committee on Cooperation and Honorable Katamelo for a wonderful presentation. I think, Honorable Speaker, the report is very clear, it's concise, and it's thought-provoking at the same time. And I think it has a lot of recommendations that us as parliamentarians, we are here to speak on behalf of our African people, and I think we need to take note of their recommendations. Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw the attention of the members of the parliament here. That is the greatest strength of the African continent is our ability to unite as one population, as one people. But it's also equally important for us to understand that the unity of the African people is a threat to some institutions and to some countries in the world. And that's the reason why they will do anything possible to ensure that they create chaos, they create conflicts, because economically they will benefit. That's a fact. They create chaos, they create instability, and they are able to survive economically. Look at the weapons being used in Sudan. Look at the vehicles being used in Sudan. Look at the drugs being used in Sudan. How many millions are they costing? But yet still, we have our mothers, our brothers and sisters that are in camps, unable to get proper medication, unable to get food. Who is fueling this? And this is the reason why we as African people, we need to be really very careful. They will do anything to separate us, starting from the language, from monetary policies, now conflicts. What is in Sudan? Gold, chromite, iron ore. Same thing in Mali, gold. You go to Niger, same thing. You go to Burkina Faso, same thing. They are only going to those countries where they are able to benefit economically. That's exactly the fact. And we need to be very careful. Honorable, I think it is time for the African people to wake up, and I keep saying this here. They will not do anything that will bring us together, but it's up to us now to look at our face-to-face as brothers and sisters of this continent and work together. You see, the issue, again, we have external aggressors in this world. They do in broad daylight, and you know what I'm talking about. But then we have on the ground aggressors, and these are the people that are foiling Sudan. These are the people that are causing havoc in Mali. They are the same people that are causing havoc in Burkina Faso, in Niger, and you count them. Same people. Sometimes it's just crazy, but I think we need to work together to support one another as African people. Let's stop undermining ourselves. We are the same brothers, we are the same sisters. The vision of an integrated Africa, Honorable Speaker, that is peaceful and that is prosperous cannot be achieved.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next is Honorable Suwaibu Toure from the Gambia. You have the floor, Honorable.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the information given to us
about Sudan is that it's very clear that the UAE is the one giving weapons to the RAF to wreak havoc in Sudan and cause all the humanitarian crisis, but also ensuring that the war continues so that the UAE will continue to benefit from the war. And the informant, Honorable President, there are two civil society organizations, as well as the ambassador, who also gave us evidence that the UAE is the major culprit in distributing weapons in Sudan to the RF, and has called on us to come up with a resolution to condemn the UAE so that the goals will be silent. Because as long as the goals are not silent, Honorable President, Madam President, nothing can be done when the guns are on. So the roadmap, Honorable President, is one, resolution to condemn the UAE, and it should not stop at just condemnation. If the UAE continues, all African countries to secede cooperation with the UAE, because they are only interested in creating havoc in Africa. So we should secede. We should stop cooperation with the UAE to ensure that the guns are silent. That's the number one thing. Two, the ambassador pleaded. He had a lot of confidence in this parliament. He came here twice to tell us that we should send a fact-finding mission to see things for ourselves. Luckily, Honorable Samata from Somalia has done it on himself, but we too need to go there to see things on ourselves so that we'll be able to know exactly what is happening in Somalia. Three, in Sudan. If the fact-finding mission is done and then we put all this report before the AU, we call on the AU to take a stand, not only on the side of Sudan, but to also continue with the process. And that roadmap will be put in place. I believe if we take that step, we will make a lot of progress. On that note, Honorable President, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Saleh from Libya. You have the floor. 3 minutes, please.
Very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Saleh from Libya. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Madam Chair, honorable colleagues, after listening and following up the report, let me speak from what had been contained in the report about Sudan. Libya, of course, is a neighboring country to Sudan, and we are familiar with the situation there. And while we are sitting here, the war is still going on in different parts of Sudan, not only in Darfur, but near the city of Al Ubaid. Also, the thanks goes to the ambassador who came here to this chamber to speak to us. It is the same person who came last year, and raised the same points. We in Libya, we went through the same catastrophe that is being going on in Sudan. We have seen it in several areas. There are others who are coming from our side to support one party against the other. We must identify or call the spade a spade. When we're going back to our countries, and we are very sure that our country is supporting one of the parties, and we are aware that who is providing the arms, who is having specific goals in this war, we have to be sure to take the right path. We have to make sure to get the correct information from the different and credible sources we have. For us in Libya, we are definitely affected by what is going on in Sudan. And there are other countries in Africa as well. Yes, we know very well that the UAE is involved in this conflict of Sudan. This is clear, a fact, and this is a truth. But for us here in Africa, among the African countries, we know that some of us here are supporting one party. Yes, as parliamentarians, we are not supporting each other, but we know that our countries, from different angles, they are supporting one of the fighting parties. The issues of Sudan should not be left to just to focus on handling the humanitarian aspects. Let us include the political aspect as well. Let us be courageous and having clear vision to look at the matter. My proposal is that this parliament has to prepare a fact-finding mission. Time went off.
Yoba Balde from Senegal. You have the floor, please. Honorable Bade? No? Okay. And finally, we have Honorable Salem.
Merci beaucoup, Président.
Thank you, Madam President. Given the situation in the Sudan, I'm taking the floor now with, I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed because Africans are attacking one another in a country. Angry also because 50 years after independence, we are overcome by hatred, xenophobia. We are not fulfilling our dreams, the aspirations of Africans. We are using our energy to fuel a war, like in the Sudan. What's happening on the continent in general, these are not isolated incidents, but rather it's a collective action. Innocent persons are affected everywhere. We have many who are fleeing war, poverty, which has been a result of colonialism. I must clearly state, Madam President, that an African is not a foreigner in Africa. We were given our freedom, but we are not seeing this. We are seeing prison and hell for many on the continent. We were looking forward towards peace and socioeconomic development, but this is not what's happening. In order to arrive at our objectives, Madam President, there are 3 steps that need to be taken right away: peace and protection for all Africans who are all over the world. There should be appropriate sanction against states and those who are fueling hatred in the Sudan. And thirdly, there should be an emergency summit of the African Union on peace and security and the free movement in Africa. Madam President, the blood that is flowing today is a shame for the next generation. Our continent should no longer be exploited. Africa is for Africans. We should not be fighting against one another. I fully support the recommendations of the committee. Long live peace in the Sudan. Long live a united Africa. Long live the development of our continent. Thank you, Madam President.
Honorable Salim from Libya.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Very good afternoon to all of you, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. In fact, we are really feel the sorrow and we're very sad of what is happening in Sudan. And as my brother Saleh said, that internal conflict between 2 Sudanese parts is ignited by the Sudanese without having others from outside. This is a power struggle The same happened for us in Libya. Let us put aside our emotions and speak about the reality. Yes, I'm a member of the Committee on Cooperation and International Relations. I fully support the idea of sending a fact-finding missions to Sudan. The same people who are fighting now used to be together, used to rule the same country together. Yes, one of them got the support from another country from outside, but the same people used to be together. It is our duty as Africans to go to Sudan and to find, to do that fact-finding missions. We shouldn't just blame the outsiders and say that they are the ones who caused the war. We have to be sure of the cause, and that could only be done by a fact-finding mission. Yes, we support the refugees, the victims of violence, and everything that's happening there. But to decide who's doing wrong, who's doing right, that should come after the fact-finding mission. And I strongly support the idea that the Pan-African Parliament is to send a delegation or to send a fact-finding mission starting from our Committee of International Cooperation with others. And then we need the two fighting parties. It is not the right thing to issue decisions or to accuse individuals or states without the correct information that may cause havoc as well. We have to make sure of what we have to say. That to state that we accuse of involving in the conflict of Sudan, it doesn't come by itself. It has been invited by one of the parties. So we have to do the right thing. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, and thank you, Honourable Members, for your contributions. At the end of the debate, I call on the chairperson for the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution, Honourable Katamelo, to kindly respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I think overwhelmingly there was comments, not really questions that I'm aware of. But there was a question as to what do we think is the solution? And when you pursue one of the recommendations, we have said, in actual fact, if I had the power, I was going to differ with the fact-finding. I was fortunate to sit next to the member from Uganda, and I listened to Professor, people who have seen the suffering. You can hear in their voice what is going on. And does it only say, it's only when we are going to observe, then it becomes serious? Or is it to say those who have seen, we should take from there and fast-track peace? If there's one thing you ask those Sudanese, they will say, please, my brother, do whatever you need to do for me just to have peace. Whether the fact-finding and so. But maybe because we are in an institution and we need to follow procedures. But let's think about the people who are less fortunate than us, because sometimes peace is boring. It's only those who have seen war that understand the calamity of facing war. Many times we don't believe, but the prayer of a soldier is never war. The prayer of a soldier is peace, and the prayer of a civilian is war. And you know why? Because when war is about to start, the soldier knows his life more than the civilian life. He must be offered to protect peace. But the person to initiate peace necessarily is not a soldier, because he knows. So it's from that I really wanted to say, and I wanted to quote the president yesterday. And I was given this task, I was thinking, what is it? And I went to read the president yesterday. Amongst all other things, His Excellency, the President of South Africa, shared with us yesterday to say the Pan-African Parliament carries the hope and aspirations of more than 1.5 billion Africans for peace, for progress, and for prosperity across our beloved continent. He further went and said it is an enduring symbol. PAP is an enduring symbol of unity in diversity, a unity anchored in the conviction that Africa's future must be shaped not only by its governments, but by its people. I think that nobility of the trust is entrusted into us, and maybe I'm fortunate. They say when you want to give a task, when a task is given to a man, the likelihood of it going right is somehow. But when it's given to mothers, the two mothers, please, let's look at what we can do for the people of Sudan. And let's take the nobility of intentions, give the Committee on International Cooperation and Justice, give us money, let's go to AU as of tomorrow, and let's sit with the Peace and Security Solution Committee and start the process where it is, so that we distinctively within our action demonstrate that we care for those who are not fortunate like us. Doctors, you are PhD graduates, you have given birth to all soldiers, but please, I beg for you that let's take, and sometimes be different for the sake of achieving things that are right, and not just right, but are needed for the others. And that will bring my conclusion to say, I started with the statement, although the world is full of suffering, it is also full of overcoming it. It is our duty as PAP to the first thing of test to bring solution and peace to Sudan. I thank you for your for adopting our resolution, but I want to stop and say this task is not yet complete. Maybe we must stop clapping hands, because we must clap hands once there is peace in Sudan. Otherwise it becomes premature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just for the record, Honourable Arlette and myself are medical doctors. So that's just to have a bit of clarity on where the doctor is from. We're both medical doctors. I thank you very much for your response. And I now put the report on the security crisis in the Sudan and its humanitarian consequences, as well as the report of the Joint High-Level Training on the AU Operational Guidance Notes on Oversight and Accountability in Security Sector Reforms for adoption. And the motion is hereby agreed to and adopted. Thank you, honourable members. I also do not wish to stand between honourable members and lunchtime, and therefore I would perhaps at this point, sorry. Honourable members, I will now ask the clerk to speak to the next item. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Honourable President. One notice, the Finance Committee is requested to attend a meeting immediately after the plenary session at 13:30. The Finance Committee, 13:30, a meeting following this session at 13:30, please.
Thank you. Honorable members, the proceedings are now suspended for lunch. The House will resume at 2:25. Honorable members, the House is accordingly suspended. Thank you.
The agenda for the afternoon will be on presentation and debate. Apologies. Presentation and debate on the report on the Ebola virus in Africa.
Je ne sais pas si l'interprétation marche.
Is interpretation working? Can you hear the interpreters?
Y a-t-il l'interprétation?
Is there interpretation? Can you hear the interpreters?
Je reprends.
I'll repeat the agenda for the afternoon. We have the presentation and debate on report on strengthening health security and sovereignty in Africa, outcomes of the parliamentary hearing on the Ebola crisis in Africa, and a technical meeting with Africa CDC. Next, we shall have the presentation and debate on the report on parliamentary oversight mission to strengthen maternal and neonatal health systems with the integration of traditional medicine. These shall be done by the chairperson of the Committee on Health, Labor and Social Affairs, Honorable Frank Ano Dompre. After that, we shall have the adoption of the final resolutions and recommendations of the 5th Ordinary Session of the 6th Parliament 2025. Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you very much. I now ask the Honorable Frank Ano Dompre, the Chairperson of the Committee on Health, Labor and Social Affairs, to make his presentation. Honorable Member.
Madam Vice President, and let me recognize the fourth Vice President as well. And of course, our former immediate past President, and also standing on existing protocols. I wish to begin my presentation. Madam Vice President, let me further seek your leave, especially where we are just coming from break. Seek your leave to present the two reports and also concurrently present the consequential resolutions as well before the debate ensures. I further seek the Hansa Department to capture the entirety of the report as same hasn't been presented extenso, whilst I limit myself to certain portions of the report. And so I begin with the report as captured in the program, a report on strengthening health, security, and sovereignty in Africa, outcomes of the parliamentary hearing on the Ebola crisis in Africa and the technical meeting with African CDC. And I begin with the background. The parliamentary hearing was convened following the rapid expansion of the 2026 Ebola virus disease outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the cross-border transmission into Uganda. The outbreak is caused by the strain of Ebola virus for which no licensed vaccine for approved therapeutic currently exists. Consequently, outbreak control depends primarily on rapid surveillance, laboratory confirmation, early isolation, quality clinical care, infection prevention and control, contact tracing, community engagement, safe and dignified burials, and uninterrupted logistics. Colleagues, Madam Chairperson, recognizing the growing regional threat, the WHO declared the outbreak of public health emergency of international concern, while Africa CDC activated the public health emergency of continental security. These complementary mechanisms establish a unified continental response under the principle of, and I quote, one team, one plan, one budget, one monitoring and evaluation framework, unquote. The session was convened to strengthen parliamentarians' understanding of the Africa Center of Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, mandates within the African Union, and to highlight why health security has become a strategic priority for the continent. Madam Chairperson, colleagues, it aims to provide participants with a shared understanding of the growing public health challenges facing Africa, emphasizing the need for stronger continental coordination, preparedness, and resilient health systems capable of preventing, detecting, and responding to health emergencies. Colleagues, the session also introduced the Africa Health Security and Sovereignty agenda as a framework for advancing Africa's capacity to achieve greater self-reliance in health. In addition, it explored the critical role of national legislatures and the Pan-African Parliament in supporting the implementation of the agenda through legislative action, policy oversight, resource mobilization, and advocacy to strengthen health security and promote sustainable health sovereignty across the continent. And these were the objectives. Enhance engagement with the Committee for a focused harmonization of policies in health. Provide members with an evidence-based understanding of the current Ebola outbreak. Clarify the complementary role of Africa CDC, WHO, and member states under the program of mechanisms, encourage PAP members of the committee to champion domestication of Africa CDC's harmonized legal frameworks within their respective member states, review operational process and outstanding responses challenges, identify priority parliamentary actions on financing legislation, accountability, health worker perfection, and community engagement. Strengthen institutional collaboration between Africa CDC, PAP, and the national legislatures. Promotes digital transformation through legal frameworks for trusted data sharing and digital public infrastructures. And last but not the least, Madam Chair, develop recommendations to strengthen continental preparedness and response. And I move on to a presentation by the Africa CDC. Madam Chairperson, colleagues, the Africa CDC, represented by Dr. Mirawi, Head of Surveillance, presented the latest continental epidemiological updates of the 19th July 2026. It also indicated that the outbreak has recorded some 2,443 confirmed cases, including some 2,423 cases in the Democratic Republic of Congo and 20 cases in Uganda. A total of 969 deaths had been reported, representing a case fatality ratio of approximately 39.7%, while some 487 patients have recovered. It was noted that Uganda had successfully entered the 42-day countdown towards declaring the outbreak over, following discharge of the final confirmed patient on the 16th of July 2026. Nevertheless, continued transmission in Eastern DRC maintained a significant risk of cross-border spread. Africa CDC reported that the current outbreak had become the fastest growing pandibrogial Ebola outbreak ever recorded and had already exceeded comparable outbreaks at similar stages. Madam Chairperson, submission by the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization, represented by Dr. Wamala, in our engagement with them, emphasized the public health emergency of international concern and the public health emergency of continental security are complementary emergency framework designed to support a single coordinated response to public health threats. Whilst the PHEIC mobilizes global cooperation and resources under the International Health Regulation 2020-205, the PHECS provides a continental mechanism through Africa CDC to strengthen regional leadership, coordination, and solidarity. Madam Chairperson, the WHO stressed that the effectiveness of both mechanisms depends on strong national implementation and sustained collaboration among member states, regional institutions, and international partners. To strengthen outbreak control, the WHO identified several immediate priorities for member states, and these include, among other things, reinforcing integrated disease surveillance and laboratory systems to enable the rapid detection, confirmation, and reporting of suspected cases, as well as ensuring the prompt isolation and clinical management of confirmed cases to interrupt transmission. Madam Chairperson, the WHO further underscored the critical importance of protecting frontline health workers through strengthened infection prevention and control measures, adequate supplies of personal protective equipment, continuous training, and effective occupational health and safety protocols to reduce healthcare-associated infections. Colleagues, members express deep concern regarding the unprecedented growth of the Ebola outbreak and its far-reaching implications for public health, regional stability, and continental security. They noted that the rapid spread of the disease highlights persistent weaknesses in disease surveillance and emergency preparedness across affected countries. Colleagues further emphasized that delays in contact tracing and surveillance continue to undermine efforts to interrupt transmission chains, with many contacts remaining unidentified or insufficiently monitored. They stressed that the strengthening surveillance systems, expanding laboratory capacity, and improving the timely detection and reporting of cases are essential to containing the outbreak and preventing future epidemics. Colleagues, the committee further underscored the need to safeguard frontline health workers, recognizing their indispensable role in responding to health emergencies. Members expressed concern over the continued exposure of healthcare personnel to infection due to inadequate supplies of personal protective equipment, limited infection prevention and control measures, as well as workforce shortages. Madam Chairperson, they also highlighted that community mistrust, misinformation, and the circulation of false narratives continue to hinder public health interventions, delay case reporting, and discourage individuals from seeking timely medical care. Madam Chairperson, I will proceed to take the conclusion of the report. The engagement provided members of the Pan-African Parliament with a comprehensive understanding of Africa CDC's mandate and the strategic importance of advancing Africa's health security and sovereignty agenda through strong legislative leadership. The preventions underscore that resilient health systems depend on strong legal and policy frameworks that support emergency preparedness, disease surveillance, effective governance, digital transformation, trusted data sharing, biosafety and biosecurity infection prevention and control, and well-resourced national public institutes. Members also gain insights into the importance of sustainable financing mechanism, including but not limited to the African Epidemic Fund as critical instrument for strengthening continent's capacity to prevent, detect, and respond rapidly to public health emergencies. Madam Chairperson, the session reaffirmed that parliamentarians have a central role in translating continental health commitments into national action through legislation, oversight, advocacy, and resource mobilization. It further highlighted that achieving health sovereignty requires harmonized legal frameworks, increased domestic investments in health systems, strengthen regional cooperation, and greater self-reliance in the production of health commodities and emergency response capabilities. Chairperson, members reaffirmed their commitment to working closely with African CDC. And I'm glad to observe that even in the interim, the committee has started engaging the African CDC on the possible structuring of an MOU as we work into the future. The African Union and other partners to advance legislative reforms that enhance health security, protect the health African population, and build a resilient, equitable, and sustainable public health system across the continent. I so submit. At this point, Madam Chairperson, with your further leave, I'll proceed to present the resolution concurrent and relevant to the report I just presented. And again, I invite Hansa Department to capture the report as same being presented in extenso, whilst I limit myself to some portions. And reading from page 2 of the relevant resolution. Now hereby resolves to promote the African health security and sovereignty agenda and its 5 pillars as a continental framework for public health preparedness, prevention, response and recovery, and commend the African CDC for its continued continental leadership. 2, call upon all member states of the African Union to accelerate the domestication of the African CDC continental framework into national law, in particular, those relating to biosafety and biosecurity, national public health institutes, legal preparedness of public health emergencies, data governance and sharing, local manufacturing of health products, infection prevention and control, and cross-border health cooperation. 3, advocate for the implementation of the Abuja Declaration commitment to allocate at least, emphasis mine, at least 15% of national budgets to the health sector, and call upon member states to enact statutory contingency funds. 4, support the ratification and domestication of the continental data governance architecture, including the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personnel Data Protection, the Malabo Convention of 2014, and the AU Data Policy Framework of 2022. 6, encourage member states to accelerate the ratification and domestication of the treaty establishing the African Medicine Agency, the AMA, and the AU Model Law on Medical Product Regulation with a view to strengthening regulatory sovereignty across the continent. 7, request the African CDC to provide continued technical support and capacity building to Pan-African parliamentarians and to national parliaments on pandemic preparedness and intervention. Madam Chair, last but not the least, foster collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament and the African CDC through a memorandum of understanding which determines the framework for cooperation through the Committee of Health and Social Affairs. I so submit. Madam Speaker, at this point, again with your leave, I will proceed to take the second report. And this report is on oversight mission to strengthen maternal and neonatal health systems with the integration of traditional medicine, a joint initiative of the Committee of Health and Africa's Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the Africa CDC Regional Office. The trip was taken to Zambia, and let me pay a glowing tribute to the rapporteur, our Member of Parliament from Kenya, and my vice chairperson, the member from Mauritania, who has set the tone in blazing the trail for us to follow up to where we are. Again, I limit myself to some portions of the report, and we invite Hamza to capture the entirety of the report as same hasn't been presented in extenso. And I start from page 5, methodology. The 3-day program was participatory and evidence-driven presentations. This included technical presentation by Africa CDC, Zambia Ministry of Health, and other stakeholders with experience sharing from parliamentarians and the committee-based organizations. Field visits were also conducted to health facility and communities to observe practical implementation and community engagement. Madam Chair, achievement, I proceed to page 8. Achievement and progress made on the maternal and neonatal mortality reduction by the Republic of Zambia. The Honorable Minister emphasized that Zambia's progress in improving maternal, neonatal, and adolescent health outcomes is anchored on strong political will and sustained financial commitment from the government. Madam Chair, he noted that prioritizing health within the national agenda has enabled the ministry to secure increased budget allocations for essential programs, strengthen accountability mechanisms, and expand the reach of critical services. Colleagues, this political commitment has facilitated long-term investment planning and ensured that maternal and child health remains central to the country's development priorities. The minister underscored that without dedicated resources and policy backing at the highest level, the gains achieved so far would not have been possible. He further highlighted infrastructure development, human resource for health, and a strong focus on prevention as the remaining pillars driving Zambia's success. Significant investment have been made to upgrade hospitals and build new ones. Maternity wards, neonatal units, and rural health facilities to improve access and service quality. Simultaneously, the government continues to scale up the training, recruitment, and equitable deployment of relevant personnel. Madam Chair, I proceed to page 11 of the report, and it says, amongst others, the African-wide discussion on the current maternal health situation provides an essential platform to examine the progress, persistent challenges, and emerging trends shaping maternal outcomes across the continent. It brought together policymakers, technical experts, health practitioners, communities, and partners to strengthen collective strategies, share best practices, and accelerate efforts towards reducing preventable maternal deaths in line with regional and global commitment. Madam Chair, as earlier intimated, and with the support of the Hands Act, I proceed to conclusion. The oversight mission to Zambia provided a critical and evidence-based understanding of the progress, challenges, and opportunities within the country's maternal, neonatal, and adolescent health landscape. Through engagement with health authorities, facility staff, community structures, and parliamentarians, the mission reaffirmed that meaningful reduction in preventable deaths required sustained political commitment, strengthened health systems, and community-driven interventions. The comprehensive recommendation outline governance, infrastructure, workforce development, emergency care, adolescent health, and disease prevention. In conclusion, it reflects a unified call for action to accelerate improvement in health outcomes across member states. As the Pan-African Parliament takes these findings forward, the mission underscores the continent's shared responsibility to protect mothers, newborns, and young people by ensuring equitable access to quality health care. The realization of universal health coverage will require strengthening Africa's health sovereignty by enhancing domestic capacity to finance and deliver resilient health systems that are responsive to continent needs. Greater investment in local health financing will therefore reduce dependence on external support and ensure access to essential health care. The insight gained in Zambia will serve as a catalyst for stronger policies, increased domestic investment, and renewed partnerships that bring Africa closer to achieving its public health and development goals. I so submit. Madam Chair, with your leave again, I proceed to take the concurrent and the consequent resolution and invite Hansa to capture same as having been presented. I proceed to page 3 of the resolution concurrent on the report I just presented. Now therefore hereby resolves, 1, urge African Union member states to strengthen maternal and neonatal health system by increasing domestic investment in primary health care, expanding access to quality antenatal delivery, emergency obstetrics, and newborn services, strengthening the health workforce, and ensuring the continuous availability of essential medicine, vaccines, diagnostics, and medical commodities, particularly in underserved and rural communities. 2, call upon member states to strengthen legal and policy framework that support the safe, evidence-based development, regulation, and integration of traditional medicine into our national health system, including the accreditation of traditional health practitioners, quality assurance of traditional medicines, protection of indigenous knowledge systems, and strengthen collaboration between conventional and traditional healthcare providers in improving maternal and neonatal health outcomes. 3, encourage member states, the African Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the Africa CDC, research institutions and development partners to promote scientific research, innovation, and local production of validated traditional medicine, while strengthening community-based health systems that integrate the contribution of community health workers, skilled birth attendants, and appropriately trained traditional practitioners to improve maternal newborn care. 4, mandates the Permanent Committee on Health, Labor, and Social Affairs to continue its parliamentary oversight, advocacy, and engagement with member states, rural economic communities in Africa CDC, and relevant stakeholders to advance policies and programs aimed at reducing maternal and neonatal mortality across the regions of Africa, and to report periodically to the Pan-African Parliament on progress achieved. 5, further mandates, Madam Chair, the Permanent Committee on Health, Labor, and Social Affairs, in collaboration with the relevant African Union organs and other partners, to facilitate the development of Pan-African model law on traditional medicine and protection of local knowledge to guide member states in establishing harmonized legal and regulatory frameworks for the development, regulation, protection, and evidence-based integration of traditional medicine into our national health systems, consistent with continental and international standards. 6, and the last point, welcomes the support and collaboration of the African CDC and other stakeholders to enable Permanent Committee on Health, Labor, and Social Affairs to develop the model law on traditional medicine and protection of local knowledge. Madam Chair, colleagues, I so submit. I'm grateful.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I now invite members to contribute to the debate on the presentations. I have a list of speakers. The first speaker is Honorable Mariam Gabala, Côte d'Ivoire. Yes, sorry, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Vice President, thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to second the recommendations of the report. And I think it's time for the African continent to work or improve traditional medicine and ensure that there is adequate access to health services for the vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Our next speaker is Honorable Happymore Chidziva, Zimbabwe. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Peru, honorable chairperson of the Health Committee. I rise as a member of the Committee on Health, Labor and Social Affairs to support the 2 reports before the August House. I commend the committee for presenting recommendations that are timely, practical, and critical to Africa's future. These reports remind us that health security is inseparable from Africa's sovereignty. An outbreak in one member state can rapidly become a continental emergency, requiring a coordinated African response. The report on strengthening health security rightly calls for a greater investment in Africa CDC, disease surveillance, laboratory capacity, emergency preparedness, research and innovation. Africa must also accelerate local production of vaccines, medicines and diagnostics. We cannot continue depending on external suppliers for products that determine the survival of our people. Building a resilient health system is not an option, it is an imperative. On the second report, I had the privilege of participating in the parliamentary oversight mission to Zambia in December. Our visit to Zambia's public health facilities demonstrated what is possible when governments prioritize primary health care. We witnessed dedicated health professionals, effective community-based services, and a public health system that continues to inspire confidence. Zambia's experience offers valuable lessons for all member states, providing that sustained political commitment and investment can strengthen healthcare delivery and improve maternal and neonatal outcomes. There are also encouraging successes from Zimbabwe. The expansion of immunization programs, strengthened disease surveillance, the deployment of village health workers, and the recognition and regulation of traditional medicine demonstrate that Africa-led solution can lead meaningful results when backed by policy. Madam President, Reports alone will not save lives. Oversight alone will not reduce maternal and neonatal deaths. Our responsibility as parliamentarians is to ensure that these recommendations are translated into national budgets, strong oversight and measurable action. Let us champion health systems that are resilient, accessible and equitable. Let us move beyond resolution to implementation, beyond promises to accountability, and beyond ambition to action. The health and dignity of 1 billion Africans depend on what we choose today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Anthony Akol from Uganda.
Madam Vice President, Ebola, one of the countries that has suffered from Ebola is Uganda. But apart from that, over 15,000 people in Africa have died of Ebola. Of recent, for us in Uganda, we really gained some experience because of the effect of the Ebola that came in 2000. And that time it was Sudan Ebola. This time around, Uganda was affected by the Bundibuju Ebola. And the name Bundibuju came because that particular type was discovered in Western Uganda in a district called Bundibuju. Now, because of the experience that our health workers has really gone through in 2000, Uganda was prepared to handle Ebola. And I think that's the reason why we had only 20 cases. And out of 20 cases, 18 survived, only 2 died. On the 16th of this month, the last patient was discharged from the hospital, and we are counting the 42 hours, for the 2 days to declare the country free of Ebola. It is therefore important that all African countries should actually get prepared for Ebola, because this kind of outbreak is really affecting mankind in Africa. And therefore, I support the report of the committee and their recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Christine Mwando from the Democratic Republic of Congo. You have the floor.
Honorable Vice President, thank you. I have no comment to make, actually. Thank you.
Very well. Our next Member of Parliament is Honorable Rodney Cloete from Namibia. You have the floor. Very well. We'll move on to the next person. Honorable Alphonse Ngoyi Kasanji from the DRC as well.
Bien. Madam Vice President.
Would you please rise?
Oui, c'est juste. I would like to make a correction related to this report. Item 2.1 in particular, where it is stated that the epidemic is from DRC and spread to Uganda. This is the opposite, actually. It came from Uganda and it transferred to DRC from Uganda. So we need a correction there. Thank you.
Honorable Chair of the Committee, I would require your intervention on this. The report, when it was presented, the Honorable Member has just proffered that the origin is the opposite of what has been reported. So could the Chair kindly take note of that, and in your response, perhaps at the end of the debate, you could let us know. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Next, we have Honorable Hussein Mohammed Ali from Djibouti. You have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, merci de me donner la parole.
Madam President, thank you. May I commend the presenter for the quality of the presentation. I do support the presentation. The harmonization of the legal framework in Africa will help us to better address health crises and to strengthen health sovereignty on our continent. The recent health crisis, in particular the COVID-19 epidemic and difficulties to access medication, vaccines, medical centers, all of this highlights the fragility of the African health system. The dependence of the continent on foreign supply chains is also highlighted. In this context, Madam President, harmonization of national legislation is a lever to facilitate cooperation and to improve circulation of health products and to improve epidemiological surveillance. If we accelerate our common response to health emergencies and build partnerships, this too will be a strategic action for us. I do have some questions. How will Africa's dependence vis-a-vis importing of vaccine, medical products, and medicines, so how will we address this? And then what mechanisms, legal mechanisms, as well as financial, would encourage production on the continent regionally and sub-regionally? I have a third question, which is my last question. How can we develop adequate pharmaceutical supply system on the continent? Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We now have Honourable Senator Danson Mungatana from Kenya. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to support this report and just talk about two quick things. Madam Chair, the fact of the matter is that in Africa, this report talks about the challenge of maternal death. And it is all over. All countries, we suffer from this issue. What we have done in Kenya, we have mapped out the country. The country has 47 counties. And there are some areas where maternal death is particularly high, and some counties where maternal death is particularly low. So the proposal I have further to add to this, to enrich, is to say, if as individual countries, we can also adapt that strategy or find local ways of adapting into it, that areas that have statistically high maternal death are separated from those that do not have that challenge. And then it can help the government when they're allocating resources, so that resources follow the place where the challenge is. Secondly, Madam Chair, the issue of Ebola affected some of our neighbors in the Eastern Africa side. But in Kenya, when the government announced that we were going to collaborate with the US to set up a big laboratory that would be able to deal with patients that are suspected to have Ebola or displaying the symptoms of Ebola, there were demonstrations all over the particular county where the lab was supposed to be set up. And it became an issue. It became a political issue because of the fear that the Ebola was going to be spread throughout the country, or people are going to be brought from other parts of the world to Kenya for testing. And yet it was just a collaboration between the US and Kenya to set up a facility. We have very many facilities for research, but this was supposed to be specifically for Ebola. But the misinformation that went with our political, and all of you know, our very active political scene, people started demonstrating that we do not want we don't want an Ebola laboratory to be built. So what can we?
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Honourable Bertin Kouadio from Côte d'Ivoire. You have the floor, please. Next is Honourable Mamelo Poko from Lesotho. You have the floor.
Excusez-moi, Madame la Présidente.
I did not see you. Please, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. have not much to say, Madam President, but the Ebola virus is rather complex in nature. It can easily become an epidemic, and propagation of this virus is rapid. We have Africa's CDC, which was established some years back. Unfortunately, this institution does not have the means to address the case management of patients. They depend on external funds to meet our needs, and this is a challenge for Africa. Growing examples of this can be seen, as Kenya said. Africa needs to be able to manage their health challenges. We continue to receive external support, and that will mean that we will continue to be behind. This feeds into the many conflicts that we have, etc. We need to have epidemiological surveillance that is regular on the continent. Now, coming to traditional medicine and neonatal health, I'm a fervent supporter of traditional medicine, and this is sensitive for maternal health too, because once women are pregnant, they need to be monitored, they need to have scans, they need to have tests to check for certain illnesses, and this needs to be done quickly. If we are only using traditional medicine, however, this is not sufficient to deal with monitoring pregnant women and leads to morbidity and mortality. So traditional medicine needs appropriate monitoring and support in our countries. It's not sufficient on its own. So there are different issues that we need to address, but this is where I'll stop for now. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Apologies once again. Honourable Senator, Honourable Mamela Puko from Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, Jesus. Vice President, I stand here today to support two reports from our Health Committee. I start by honoring the roots, the leaves, the flowers, and the stories that have healed Africa for generations. That is, I start saluting traditional medicines. Our traditional medicines have been healing us from way back up to this generation. In our countries, we have communities that we call far to rich areas, where we have pregnant ladies or pregnant women who are not privileged to easy access to clinics. And that is where our traditional medicines are used to take care of those people. And it will be appropriate for us as a continent to make sure that we help those populations that survive because we have traditional medicine. We have to enrich them, help them do researches so that we know how properly to use the healthy plants that are being produced by our fertile land naturally. The fact that they are naturally, it means they are more healthier, nothing added. And I also would like to thank the Honorable House for sitting and debating on this issue, and thank the Chair of Health.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next person is Honorable Awatif Chaniti from Tunisia. Very well. The next member is Honorable Jerry Gonzalez Sofa from Seychelles. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Good afternoon, all MPs. Madam, I support the reports and the recommendations because Africa stands at a critical crossroad. In recent years, our continent has faced multiple and overlapping crises, pandemics, infection, disease outbreaks, climate change-induced disasters, food insecurity, conflict, displacement, and economic shocks. These challenges have exposed weaknesses in health system, but have also highlighted Africa's strength, innovation, and determinations. As supply chains collapsed and competition for essential health products intensified, Africa was often left at the back of the queue. This experience taught us an important lesson. True health security cannot exist without health sovereignty. Health sovereignty means the ability of African nations and institutions to develop, produce, procure, and distribute essential health commodities independently and sustainably. Madam Chair, it means having the scientific, technological, financial, and institutional capacity to protect our population during emergencies without relying excessively on external support. Today, Africa carries approximately 25% of the global diseases burden, while processing only a fraction of the world's healthcare resources. This imbalance cannot continue. To strengthen health security, we must invest decisively in resilience. Let us act with urgency, unity, and determination. The health and future of Africa depends on the decision we make today. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Next, we have Honorable Fatimatu Habib from Mauritania. No?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice President. With regard to the issue of health, which we know as one of the major issues of every country, it is one of the measures for the advancement of that country. And it doesn't have anything to do with the economic status of that country. For us as parliamentarians, we have to continue our struggle and call for increasing the allocations for the health sector in our countries. With regard to the Ebola, it is one of the health emergencies and can reappear at any time, and therefore readiness is the major key here. we should be ready to handle these health emergencies whenever they appear. And I would like to say here that all our countries should have to put a reserve of financial resources for health issues. And as for the improving the health services, maternity health services, and the newborn, this issue is unfortunately Africa, and particularly in certain countries, like my country, Mauritania, the percentage is is very high. We are suffering for the death of the newborns, and we have therefore exert more efforts to provide the basic services to our citizens wherever they are. I'm not against the traditional medicine, but I know that in certain areas shouldn't be open for traditional medicine, like surgeries. And therefore, the traditional medicine could be used in other areas, not this one. And if there is a need to combine together the modern medicine with the traditional health, that should be under control and specific directives for the safety of our people. As for the report, I don't have anything to contradict what is contained there. And thank you.
Member, now we have Honorable Jennifer Wibabara from Rwanda. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Vice Chairperson. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I support the work done by the Health Committee, and I would want to just add something that regarding health in Africa, it would require, first of all, to involve everybody in the preparation and put a system of health insurance where people contribute depending on their level of income. I will give my humble contribution regarding maybe the example, Rwanda health system from 1995, keep referring to it because that's when it was like a failed state. The system was devastated. Everything was below zero. Life expectancy rose from 30 years, 1994, to over 70 now. Universal coverage of the health insurance is at 90%. The rest 10% is for people who are the civil servants. They pay their own insurance. There's an insurance for the civil servants, but the population, and it was done depending on it was like a community-led care whereby we put 58 volunteers, 4 per village. They train them in the basic, made to give, like to test the temperature, to care for the women, to ensure that women give birth in hospitals, and also this thing of using technology. And so I was saying, first of all, to begin with, we have to think about getting insurance for our people and like a universal coverage where those who can contribute more depending on their income and the government subsides for those who are at the lower level. Also regarding the traditional medicine, I was saying it is good in Africa, but we need also to overcome the challenges regarding regulation and safety, the standardization, knowing dosage, also integration, and also resource conservation. Because sometimes if we don't really work hard as Africans, we can find these medicines, traditional medicine, the forests are extinct regarding the climate change and the deforestation. So I submit, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Abdesalam Homa from Mauritania. You have the floor.
Very well. We now have Honorable Eman Ben Salah from Tunisia. You have the floor. Okay. Honorable Sani Innocent from Benin, you have the floor.
Madam President, thank you. I would like to commend the chair of the committee and the members of the committee who have carried out formidable work. I fully support the report that has been presented. When I heard the chair speaking, I made 3 important points that I wanted to share. Maternal and neonatal mortality is still very high. It's 70% based on this report, and this is mainly in the sub-Saharan Africa region. Many of our women are still giving birth at home in rural areas. This is a fact. However, the major impediment is that health centers or health facilities are very far, the cost is high, and there's not sufficient staff. But there's also a lack of trust. Many women do not want to go to the health facilities. In villages, we have pregnant women who will consult tradi practitioners in the first instance. Today we have Africa's CDC who is proposing that we bring together traditional medicine and modern medicine. I think this is a good approach, and I have some recommendations I'd like to make. In bringing together these 2 aspects, traditional medicine and the classical medicine, Africa CDC needs to, however, find a means to not only train tradi practitioners, but to help them to integrate modern medicine. They need to understand that when a pregnant woman comes to consult, she would need to be referred to the nearest health facility where necessary. So if training is provided to tradi practitioners, this would be a good approach. I support the report. Thank you, Madam President.
Member, our next speaker is Honorable Senator Tony Sibanze from Eswatini. You have the floor. Thank you. We have Honorable Alimatu Bandaro from Benin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Honorable practitioners, I commend the Committee on Health for the work they've carried out and the 2 reports. The reports highlight that the health of our population requires responses from Africa and based on prevention, innovation, and solidarity. As to combating the Ebola virus, we need to consolidate and improve our diagnostic capacity. We need to train additional health personnel and cooperate on a regional basis. Epidemics do not take into account borders. We need to work together. Africa needs to invest further in research and local production of vaccines. We need to have adequate equipment and staff. Now, coming to traditional medicine, I feel it's a good approach that we need to build on what is indigenous. Our health systems, however, need to be based on scientific research, training of practitioners, and we need to guarantee quality health care, particularly for women, pregnant women and our newborns. So tradi practitioners need to collaborate amongst themselves, and they need to work together with modern medicine. We need to focus on nutrition for the first 100 days of life of our neonates, and this will reduce neonatal mortality. We also need to establish a specialized agency for this. We need to focus on all these steps in order to build a healthy Africa, to have sustainable health for our populations. It's together, as we cooperate, that we will be able to face the challenges in Africa regarding health. Thank you, Madam President.
Very much, Honorable Member. I will now invite Honorable Abdelrahim Hamid from Chad to make a contribution.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Vice President. While supporting the report from the Committee on Health, I would also like to share the experience of Chad in implementing activities for harmonizing the laws. Chad has had the opportunity to chair the Conference of Parties Committee for the Alliance of African Medicine. A treaty has already been signed, and following the signature of this treaty, Chad has been able to set up a health security plan and ensure the mapping of laboratories handling dangerous viruses and pathogens. Also, with the incoming refugees from neighboring countries, there have been cases of epidemics and emergency response. However, I think it's important to recall the Abuja Treaty, which requires that 15% of the budget be allocated to health. And in that aspect, as the Pan-African Parliament, we might need to make a proposal to ensure that our member states follow suit. Furthermore, in our respective national parliaments, there should be discussions to ensure the harmonization of laws. That is vital, and in that regard, we need a mechanism for the monitoring of the parliament for health systems and to ensure better African practices in the medical field. We also need focal points in charge of health within the Pan-African Parliament and our respective parliaments to ensure the respect of regulation and continuous dialogue with continental institutions like Africa CDC, the WHO, among others. Lastly, Vice President, Chad is willing to share its best practices, its experience, and as well learn from other countries. Looking at the ongoing diseases, we witnessed what happened with COVID and Ebola. I think nowadays diseases know no borders, and it is thus crucial to act harmoniously together in a synergy. And I'm very happy that there is a laboratory which is available to that effect. Thank you.
Now we have Honorable Suleiman Sow from the Gambia. All right, thank you. We have Honorable Esther Pasaris from Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, I thank the chairperson for this comprehensive report and support its adoption. The findings from Zambia remind us that maternal and neonatal health are not simply health issues. It is a measure of good governance. When a mother dies giving birth or a newborn dies from preventable causes, we have failed as policymakers. Kenya has made encouraging progress through deliberate policy choices. The Linda Mama program has expanded access to free maternal services, enabling more women to deliver in health facilities under the care of skilled health professionals. Through our universal health coverage under our Social Health Authority, we are working to ensure quality maternal, newborn, and child health care is accessible without families suffering financial hardship. We also have recognized that reducing maternal mortality begins long before pregnancy. Investment in family planning has empowered women and families to plan pregnancies, reduce high-risk births, improve birth spacing, and significantly lower maternal and infant deaths. Family planning is one of the most cost-effective public health interventions available to us, and Africa must continue investing in it. Our community health workers have also become the backbone of primary health care by promoting antenatal care, immunization, nutrition, and early referrals. Their work demonstrates that strong community-based systems save lives. At the same time, this report correctly reminds us that much more remains to be done. Across Africa, we continue to face shortages of skilled health workers, inadequate emergency obstetric services, weak referral systems, unreliable electricity in health facilities, stockouts of essential medicines, and insufficient domestic financing. I particularly welcome the report's balanced approach to traditional medicine. Indigenous knowledge has value, but it must be supported by scientific research, proper regulations, quality assurance, and evidence-based standards to protect patients while preserving their heritage, our heritage. Madam Vice President, I wish to add one more recommendation. The Pan-African Parliament should champion increased domestic financing for maternal, newborn, and adolescent health. Our commitments must be reflected in our budgets. We cannot continue relying predominantly on external partners to finance the health of African mothers.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We now have Honourable Sarah Najuma from Uganda. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. I thank the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Development for the report presented. It is well researched, especially on the Bundibugyo virus disease outbreak, because I'm very confident that the Bundibugyo virus was imported. That is why border management has been key to Uganda containing the outbreak. Uganda as a country has dealt with multiple Ebola outbreaks, and it is known as one of the countries with the most experience in responding to Ebola in Africa. Uganda's approach is now a model used by African countries, that is detect early, isolation first, trace all contacts. Madam Vice Chairperson and the members, I'm glad to inform you that today, 28th July, Ministry of Health has declared Uganda Ebola-free. After finishing the 42 mandatory days of monitoring. When you look at the report, by the time it was done, we're under the mandatory of 42 days of monitoring. But Madam President, the report has missed mentioning the impact of Ebola on the continental level, because Ebola affects people beyond just the virus. So I would love to see the impact of Ebola in the report. For instance, cross-border trade halt, tourism collapsing, because even up to now, there are travel bans in different countries. But I stand to support the recommendation of the committee. Thank you very much. Your reports are well researched. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Honourable Fatuma Njai from the Gambia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I would also wish to add my voice and commend the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs for these timely reports. Madam President, the committee rightly recognizes that strengthening Africa's health security requires stronger legal frameworks, parliamentary oversight, sustainable finance, as well as regional cooperation. However, I am speaking from wearing my gender perspectives again, as usual. I would like to highlight that no health emergency is gender neutral. Women and girls often bear the greatest burden during disease outbreaks, and we've all seen that the majority of frontline health workers, primary caregivers within families and communities are frequently the mostly absorbed. They are the first to absorb the social and economic consequences when epidemics occur and during health emergencies. We've also witnessed disruptions in maternal and reproductive health, as well as services, because they increase the risk of gender-based violence and loss of livelihoods. They also reduce access to education for girls. So I am asking, what budget is considered for all that, Madam President? I think this report should also factor that. As parliamentarians, our responsibilities extend beyond approving emergency budgets. We should also ensure that emergency legislation and national preparedness plan are gender responsive. I therefore support the committee's recommendation to strengthen domestic financing for health security. However, I further propose that member states allocate resources specifically for gender responsive emergency preparedness and ensure that health data collected during outbreak is disaggregated by sex, age, and other relevant factors to inform evidence-based policy. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now invite the fourth Vice President, Honourable Dr. Allet, to make a contribution to the debate.
Thank you very much, Honourable Vice President. I would also like to commend the committee and pay solidarity to all. These are two reports very well presented, although in a summary form, but the reports have been very well drafted. But I would like to leave a recommendation, or rather a challenge for the Health Committee. It would be important that the Health Committee established a periodic mechanism for monitoring health safety in Africa, precisely so that the Parliament not only responds or not only takes this into consideration when we have a crisis, but preventively, the Parliament should follow up on the response capacity of our member states. If we had this capacity, we would be able to do it within our committee and establish this mechanism. It would be a mechanism whereby we would follow up on the Africa's health safety, and preventively we would be able to know what is the level of preparedness of our member states, and not to have an audit like we had now. It was very good, but this would be a challenge for the Health Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I would now like to invite the Chair, Honourable Franca Ndompre, to respond. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you once again for the opportunity. I took time to listen to the observations and the views expressed by members. And let me, from the outset, commend members for the sustained interest they've shown in the report as was submitted by us. Largely, the observations have come to complement a number of recommendations that have presented in the report. Safe to say that a few have contextualized a few, and I want to commend our fourth vice president who, it was lost on me, I should have recognized that she's a very important member of the committee, and it's gratifying to note that at our maiden engagement, she was there. She was there to give us some encouragement. And her point is not taken lightly, especially coming from her, not just as a member of the committee, but also a professional. That we should be more concerned about preventive actions across the continent. And Madam Vice Chair, you will notify that we have started in a humble way. That is why the visitation to Zambia. We intend to do more, and we will also need your guidance because of your very rich experience. And I get the sense of your recommendations strongly. We don't take it lightly at all. Madam Chair, on the question of where the Ebola started from, I don't think that should be our focus, the greatest of respect. It has happened on the continent, and every national, every soul on this continent is an African. And that is the concern, the primary concern of the committee, and to a large extent, the PAP as a body of the African Union. However, the presentations we had from the Africa CDC confirm as a matter of fact that it came from the DRC. So if I have to say it for a fact, that was the presentation that was made to us. But again, just to say that it is now a collective concern for the entire continent, and the greatest of respect, maybe just for the records, but we shouldn't be apportioning our fingers as to where it came from. It is now, it has affected DRC, it has affected Congo, who knows, it could affect other parts of Africa. So the focus and the thrust of our attention should be what we should be doing as a body of the African Union to support its prevention and its eradication ultimately. Madam Chair, I listened to one of our colleagues who also raised concern about how we can development of pharmaceutical supply. And the answer to that question reflects in the report in part. For instance, we should be looking at national legislation, which is a very important variable if we are to come atop the regular and healthy supply of pharmaceuticals. We should also be concerned about budget provision. And budget is not just about budget presented by the finance minister. There's a budget where there are allocations made by the finance minister. I'm talking about budget reflection in real terms, because the provision of the budget figures in the budget is not enough. But getting its allocation real to the institutions concerned is what I think is a matter that we should all concern ourselves. The enhancements and development of indigenous knowledge and the manufacturing of our local, so to speak, local medicine is an area that has not been harnessed. And Madam Chair, as the saying goes, it is a journey of 1,000 miles begin with a footstep. We on the Health Committee are fired up to make something different. And forgive me, I can mention names of my rapporteur, the honorable member from Kenya, who was in her previous world.
Honorable President, the first item for determination is the confirmation of the quorum. And with the permission of His Excellency the President, the head count of the members present in the chamber will be determined. Thank you. Honorable President, a head count has been conducted of the members present. There are 93 honorable members present. The required number is 108.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Although the quorum is linked to the decisions of the Pan-African Parliament, but today we have discussions and not resolutions, so the procedures related to the functions of the Parliament must be respected. Let us proceed, Madam Clerk, to the second item.
Honorable President, the first order of business comprises of two reports. The first, a presentation and debate on the state of peace and security in Africa, a report on the security crisis in Sudan and its humanitarian consequences. The second, the report of the joint high-level training on the African Union operational guidance notes on oversight and accountability in the security sector reform.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Président, Monsieur le Président, je suis porteur d'une motion.
Mr. President, I actually have a motion, so I would like to know if I can table my motion to you. Mr. President, we, the members of the West African region, are taking the floor with a sentiment of urgency and a strong engagement vis-à-vis the ideals on which our continental unity rests. We want to table this motion on the rising of attacks against our African compatriots in the South African Republic. Guided by the aspirations of Agenda 2063 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the African Charter for Human Rights and People, the Pan-African Parliament was created to be the voice, the parliamentary voice of African people. These instruments affirm the dignity, equality, solidarity, and the freedom of each African citizen, independently of their nationality, their ethnicity, their language, or origin. So, it's therefore very worrisome that the events that held recently in South Africa were characterized by a rising of violence vis-à-vis our African brothers. These events have shown that African nationals or Africans were victims of physical aggressions or assaults, murder, looting, unforced expulsion, and generalized intimidation, thereby compelling thousands of people to flee a country where many Africans used to live and work peacefully for many years. These events are not only considered as attacks against individuals, but equally a non-respect to the foundation of Pan-Africanism and African solidarity. The recent events have shown that anti-migration mobilization has led to so many displacements and unprecedented insecurity against our African compatriots. Mr. President, history reminds us of the fact that all people and African nations, as well as the government, via collective solidarity, have significantly contributed to freeing South Africans. African countries have provided diplomatic support, military training, financial support, and many advocacies have been carried out against during the fight against apartheid. Many African countries supported South Africans in this fight, such as to the extent that they were able to secure their freedom. Today, African participation in South Africa, rather, the situation that our people are witnessing is actually contradictory to our common vision. This African philosophy, which runs over time, which is that I am because all of us do exist. The reason for this xenophobia or xenophobic actions are complex. South Africa is witnessing unemployment, inequality, poverty, and housing paucity, and high rates of criminal activities. However, no socioeconomic challenge can justify these assaults against innocent people who committed no crime but to search for a decent job, quality education, security, and economic opportunity. This situation has shown that African brothers are usually considered as scapegoats in the face of governance and economic challenges. Even if there exists no many evidence which can help to buttress the reason which will help to buttress the reason for the existence of unemployment where they are being hosted. Mr. President, this parliament cannot keep quiet when African countries are witnessing such assaults. Silence in the face of injustice means being okay for these criminal actions. So we must come up with a corrective action. So the West African Regional Group invites this August Parliament to adopt the following resolution. Condemn all forms of violence, hate speech, intimidation, and discrimination against our African compatriots living in South Africa. Second, inviting and urging the South African government to increase measures aiming at protecting all those living on its territory, whatever their nationality, and ensuring that the people behind this violence are being taken to the courts. 3, calling on the African Union via the African Coalition for Human Rights, as well as competent bodies, to set up a kind of investigation in order to check the causes and humanitarian consequences of these recent attacks. 4, recommend that continental cooperation be strengthened, especially in terms of governance, immigration, and hand labor mobilization and information sharing, respecting human rights and the dignity of migrants. 5, encourage member states to strengthen education campaigns in order to promote Pan-African solidarity, peaceful coexistence, respect of diversity, while actively combating fake news, hate speech, just to name a few, calling on the civil society organizations as well as religious institutions and the media to promote a peaceful dialogue, reject all declarations, any bad declaration that can bring about hatred actions against foreigners. 7, request that the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee of the Pan-African Parliament proceed to periodic evaluation of the situation and present recommendations on the measures aiming at avoiding future actions and spiraling out of such violence on the continent. 8, calling on the Pan-African Parliament to carry out an information mission in South Africa in order to collect information on the Afropop attacks which are ongoing and come up with pertinent recommendations which are going to be assessed by the Assembly of the Pan-African Parliament during the chamber sitting. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to table this motion to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Western Caucasus. Although this motion that you have submitted verbally, although we are in the Parliament, we work in the framework of the rules of procedure that regulates the functions of the Pan-African Parliament, especially the Article 61 of the rules of procedure. So please, if you can submit the motion to the Secretariat of the Pan-African Parliament to inform all honorable members, then the Bureau will consider the motion to decide in accordance with the rules of procedure. And by the way, I would like to inform my colleagues, this Parliament is a platform for responsible discussion, free discussion. Free discussions, but it should be responsible. And for the discussions and the debate to be responsible, it must be framed according to the rules of procedure to the Pan-African Parliament. And of course, we are talking about Africa and the humanity and progress, and we are talking about Africa that is characterized by law, by the rule of law. So the voice of the Pan-African Parliament could be heard, and we can be a bridge between the aspirations and the concerns and the status of the human beings in Africa, and with organs and leadership or relevant leadership. So we must utilize those opportunities and conduct our businesses according to the rules of procedures, and rest assured or be confident that the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament that represents all the regions of Africa and the new leadership that have the new vision, and we are eager to have a strong, just Africa that is sensitive to the human rights. And once again, I would like to thank you, and your motion could be sent duly to the Secretariat, and we will take all the procedures regarding your motion according to the rules of procedures. Honorable members, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my name is Dr. Danson Mungatana, Senator from Kenya. Mr. President, I rise to support the motion by the Honorable Lazar, Chairman of the Western Caucasus. I really want to bring to the attention of the President, though, that I have filed a similar motion on xenophobia in accordance with Rule number 60, and it is currently being processed through the Secretariat. So we have not spoken with Honorable Lazar, the Chairman of the Western Caucasus. I am from the Eastern Caucasus. And Mr. Speaker, you can see that the feeling of the parliamentarians is that this motion must be debated in this House before we leave this Parliament. So, Mr. President, my proposal, humble proposal, is that the motion from the Honorable Chair of Western Caucasus and my motion, which is similar, should be balloted, given time, so that we debate them together, so that the feelings of the people of Africa can be made to be known to everybody in the continent of Africa and the world. I thank you, Mr. President.
Shukran.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable from the Eastern Caucasus. And this is the African solidarity. I handled the motion with responsibility, and I said that we will consider it according to the rules of procedure, in accordance with the Article 61. And this is a duty in the work of Parliament. We have listened verbally, and we will commit procedurally. We go back now to the program of the session, and we start with the first item regarding the report on the security crisis, or presentation and debates on the state of peace and security in Africa. And we talk here about the security crisis in Sudan and its humanitarian consequences. And I believe the presenters are Honorable Philippos Guido Catamelo, the chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolutions. So Honorable Philippos might proceed. So we go forward with this program. Honorable member, you can come to the podium.
Your Excellency, the President of Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Fattah Bouteflika, the Vice Presidents who are present, and the only two women who are Vice Presidents of our PAP, and coincidentally also two PhD graduates, Dr. Rawlings and Dr. Aled Borges. There's no man who will never love a woman, because all men are born by a woman. The former president of our PAP, the champion of rotation to which we are benefit of today, Chief Charumbira. We must praise people while they are alive, so that once they go to the other side of point of no return, we have got no words to tell them. Let's appreciate while they are alive, and so that they can know what they have done and what we feel about them. The distinguished members of Parliament, on whose shoulders the transgression of this continent lies more than to any other person, the members of Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament. The clerk of our Parliament and the staff, the guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Africans, good morning. Bonjour, salam alaikum, dumelang. Okay. As a footnote, I will say, although the world is full of suffering, it is also full of overcoming of it. And it's with delightment that I present to you the distinct honor and the very first report of the 7th legislature on the security crisis in Sudan and its humanitarian crisis. It is on that score that on the 21st of this year, on the 21st of July, and I move this report on behalf of the chairperson of Justice and Human Rights Committee, the barrister Honorable Kevin, because we had joint engagement, both as the Committee of Cooperation in International Relations and Conflict Resolutions and the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. On the 21st of July, We have engaged the African Commission on People's Rights and the Open Society and the ambassador of the Republic of Sudan, who is accredited to the Republic of South Africa. During the hearing, His Excellency, the Ambassador Usman Abu Fatima, had the honor of briefing the members of Parliament, and in his introductory remarks, the Ambassador expressed his profound gratitude to the Pan-African Parliament for convening the high-level meeting of the Sudanese crisis and its consequences. He also thanked the PAP for placing the situation of the affiliated country on its agenda, noting that Sudan has always upheld the principles of the African Union. The ambassador recalled that the Sudanese crisis resulted from the struggle of power between the regular armed forces and the paramilitary
Resolutions from the 6th ordinary session of the 6th Parliament. This was held on the 3rd to the 16th of November 2025 under the African Union theme for 2025, Justice for Africans and Persons of African Descent through Reparations. 16 November. If you permit me, Madam President, I will read Resolution 1. This is on the state of peace and security in the Sudan. This resolution number 1 is put to the House for adoption.
Honorable members, the resolution is put before the House. Yes, honorable member. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable President. I move that Resolution 1 be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have another member to second the motion, please? Yes, honorable member.
I second.
Thank you, honorable member. This resolution is hereby adopted.
Résolution 2.
Resolution number 2 on the adoption of the model law on gender equality and equity in Africa. Resolution number 2 is put to the House for adoption.
Honorable members, the motion to move, and yes, honorable.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the adoption of the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Sorry, yes, honorable member.
Muito boa tarde, Presidente. Eu apoio.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I support the. Thank you very much.
Members, the motion has been moved and seconded. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Résolution 3.
Resolution number 3 on the adoption of the model law on labor migration in Africa. For adoption, Madam President.
Thank you. Honorable members, may we have a member to propose? Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam President. I so move for the adoption of resolution number 3.
Thank you, honorable member. May we have a member to second the motion? Yes, honorable member.
I second the adoption of Resolution 3.
Thank you, honorable members. This motion is hereby adopted.
Resolution number 4 on the adoption on first reading of the draft model law on implementation of decisions of African human rights bodies. The resolution is put to the House for adoption.
Honorable members, may we have a member propose the motion for adoption, please? Yes, honorable member.
Yes, thank you very much. I move that Resolution 4 be adopted. Thank you.
May we have someone to second the motion, please? Yes, honorable member.
I second Resolution 4.
Thank you, honorable members. The Resolution 4 is hereby adopted.
Resolution number 5. Resolution on adoption of the model law on sustainable soil management in Africa. This is put to the House for adoption.
Yes, I move for the adoption of Resolution 5. Thank you.
Very well, honorable member. Yes, honorable member.
I second. I support the adoption of this resolution.
Thank you, honorable members. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Resolution 6.
Resolution number 6 on the implementation of the Executive Council decision on allowances of members of the Pan-African Parliament. This is put to the House for adoption.
Honorable member.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, I move the adoption of this resolution.
It's honorable member.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, I second the motion to adopt this resolution.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think this is a very important resolution. Don't forget to take these back to your home jurisdictions. Yes, Honorable Clerk. Hereby adopted.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam President. The same session drafted recommendations. The first recommendation relates to the implementation of peace and security initiatives in the Sudan. The recommendation is put to the House for adoption.
Yes. May we have a member to move the motion? Yes, honorable member.
Your Excellency, I support adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have another member to second the motion, please? Thank you, honorable member. Yes.
Madam President, I second the motion.
Thank you. The motion is hereby adopted.
Recommendation number 2 on peace and tolerance in the world and the role of parliaments. The recommendation is put to the House for adoption.
Thank you, honorable members. May we have a member move the motion for the adoption of the recommendations, please?
Oui.
Yes. Thank you, honorable
Merci,
member.
Madame.
Thank you, Madam President. I second the move to adopt this recommendation.
Did someone propose that already? Honorable member, I think you need to propose that, you need to move that the motion is adopted, so someone will second it, please.
C'est suivi. Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam President. So I propose the adoption of this recommendation.
Thank you. May we have someone to move? Yes, to second. Yes, please.
Seconded, Honorable President.
Thank you, honorable members. The recommendation is hereby adopted.
Recommandation 3 porte sur l'Agence africaine.
Recommendation on, this is recommendation number 3 on the African Credit Rating Agency. This is put to the House for adoption.
Very well, thank you. Can we have a member to move the motion for the adoption? Yes, honorable member.
Thank you. I move for the adoption of the recommendation.
Thank you. May we have a member to second the motion? Yes, honorable. Oh. Your microphone, please.
Madam President, I second the move to adopt this recommendation.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Barring any objection, this resolution is hereby, the recommendation is hereby adopted.
Recommendation number 4 on the implementation of the Executive Council decision on allowances of members of the Pan-African Parliament. This is put to the House for adoption.
Thank you. May we have an honorable member to move the motion? Yes.
Yes, I move for the adoption of recommendation number 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Yes, honorable member from. Thank you.
Thank you, President.
Yes.
I also move for seconding the recommendation.
Thank you. This motion for recommendation is hereby, the recommendation is hereby adopted, barring any objections. Thank you.
Et enfin, recommandation.
And lastly, recommendation number 5 on labor migration in Africa, which is put up for adoption.
Honorable members, this is our final recommendation. May we have someone move the motion, please? Yes, honorable. I recognize the honorable from Djibouti. I can speak to you afterwards. Yeah.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, and I propose the adoption of recommendation number 5.
Meant to second into the motion, please. Please. Yes, honorable member.
Merci, Madame la.
The Vice President, thank you. I second the adoption of this recommendation.
Recommendation is hereby adopted.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you.
I would like to now request that the clerk make any announcements. Honorable Madam Clerk, do we have any announcements? No. All right. No? No announcements? Okay. Honorable members, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to you for this marathon today. We have done a lot. We've covered all the outstanding resolutions and recommendations that needed to be adopted. Congratulations on a good day's work. And I would therefore now call on honorable members to be aware of the fact that we have now come to the end of the business for the day, and this House is therefore adjourned until Wednesday, the 26th of July, 2026 at 9 a.m. in the forenoon. Thank you. This House is adjourned.